Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green bars lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Hi. Hello, good morning, Pickles, Willow, Lois, Paula, Maria. Hello, everybody. Hi. Good morning. It's Thursday. I don't know which day. Oh, Willow, I want another coffee, but I am not allowed to have another coffee. Hey, because I've already had, may or may have had 4 coffees so far today, and I just really want a coffee again. It is Thursday. Good morning, Stephanie. Hello. We have made to the week, almost to the week. We have one more day to go, and it's officially the weekend. Oh my days, this morning has been one of those mornings. It is absolutely freezing in the UK today. Wow, why am I so small on the screen? Hang on. You guys need to see me better. No, I'm joking. No one wants to see that, but I am getting a little bit more comfortable, so I am putting myself um a little bit bigger out there. But it is absolutely cold this morning. Probably not as cold as some parts of the US, but it actually snowed again and in the morning. So when I woke up was like about 40 degrees. Yeah, that is cold. I am sorry, but that is very cold. The 40 degrees, it is very cold for UK people, and is not good. To be fair, oh, Stephanie, thank you for firewood. Well, if we had firewood, like. Ah, no, it's okay, it's okay. Oh, Stephanie, thank you so much. Thank you. We are gonna use that towards the electric so we can put the heating on. I'll definitely. Oh, I am wearing one shirt, 2 hoodies, and I have literally a blanket with me. Oh no, Biggles. But thank you very much, Stephanie. I really, really appreciate your guys' support. Thank you, darling. Definitely will put that towards the electric bill so we can put the heating on. Thank you very much for sure. Pickles, I am so sorry. Oh, it's okay. I'll be looking forward to your catching up videos, but I absolutely. Oh yeah, of course, absolutely understand, my friend. I know you do that, and but work sadly sometimes it is a priority. It is. I know court always interrupt work, but I don't think, but it's one of those things essential. But oh hey, happy birthday to Lee. Oh, I hope he has an awesome day. Please give him our regards, and I hope Lee has a very happy birthday, Paula. And yeah, I'll keep that in mind that in 3 weeks is yours. I think mine is in exactly like a month time. Yeah. So mine is actually it's on the 14th of April, so tomorrow and a month, it's gonna be mine. But happy birthday, Lee. I hope he has a great, great, great day. That guys can celebrate his day soon as well. So yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, we have the same birth month. That is awesome. That is absolutely amazing. I'm an April baby too. So not that I'm gonna do anything special. Probably I'm gonna stream a lot. Oh, guys, I just thought of that. So the way that I might spend my birthday is gonna be with Lori, Fallow, Daybell. We're gonna be probably streaming her trial. Yeah, because it's on a Monday. So yay, that is gonna be a great night to celebrate it. Nah, it's alright. I don't make a big fuss on my birthday anyway. I just normally just do nothing. I prefer celebrating other people than myself, because yeah, no one wants that. But anyway, enough talking about me. So, I actually today has happened quite a few things in this morning. So, for the first time ever, I have seen no, which one? The bridge guy video. Which bridge guy video? I need to know what that video is. I am curious. Oh no. Oh, Paula, that is not fair. That is not good. I am so sorry. Uh Ooh, I need to go and watch that on my break. I'm gonna watch that probably like later on or anything because this court, right? I went back and I rewatched the jury instructions because I was confused after what the judge said. So this court is gonna start about 10 o'clock in the morning every day and then finish around 4 p.m., which is awesome because during the duration of this trial, it's still gonna be the 4 hours different. So what means that court is gonna end about 9 p.m. Oh, about 9 p.m. for me, I think. Is it 9 p.m. or 8 p.m.? So 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 8 p.m. So it is gonna mean it's gonna be finishing early, which is I'm very happy. I love hanging out, but sometimes time differences is the worst. Like the time difference is the worst part, but it's just good because I can still hang out with Garden Bot a little bit before I have to go to bed. And you guys get me all day. Literally, you'll get me all day in this trial. There is not, well, today actually there might be a possibility that Garden Bot will make an appearance because I made a deal with Garden Bot about cooking dinner. Oh, okay. I'll definitely write that down. The bridge video on Vinny. I will politician, so I know who am I talking about. Okay. It is written down. I will definitely watch. So, like I was saying, you guys might see Garden Bot for maybe an hour or something because I wanted pancakes this morning for breakfast. So I made a deal with him that if he would make pancakes for breakfast in the morning, I would make dinner. But then, if I have to make dinner, the hour that the court has for lunch, it's not enough to do what I want to do because I want to make his favorite meal. So I'm gonna need a little bit more. So he's gonna probably be here in a couple of hours just to hang out with you while I'm cooking dinner. And then, because I really want to cook his favorite meal. Hi, good morning, Ivamos. Buenos dias. Hello. Hello, good to see you, my friend. I hope you are okay. Happy Thursday. It is a very cold day in the UK today, so I am all bundled up. And as soon as Garden Bot gets home, we're gonna put the heating on because it's cold. But like I was saying, yeah, you're gonna be able to see Garden Bot today for a little bit, and then because I need to cook, I am cooking, and I'm actually cooking something. Well, I think it's healthy because it includes fish. It's cod. It's a cod dish that is a Portuguese traditional dish that Garden Bot really likes it. We call fish pie. But yeah, I know. Well, over here the same, and Garden Bot is out there gardening in the rain. It's not like lowing lawns or cutting lawns or anything. It's just literally I think he's planting some plants for a customer, doing like a little bit of a landscape video, landscape job. So that's what he's gonna do. Well, I must love it. It's on fire. About the veggies. Does potatoes count as a veggie? um, let me see. Let me think. I can make a salad with it, but not really 100% veggies. It's doesn't, unless onions counts as a veggie too, but definitely has that, and potatoes. But then the single cream might ruin everything. Oh, I might even do his dessert, but probably I should have already made that before the stream. But anyway, I may do the dessert tomorrow, and he won't know anyway, and then he can enjoy it. But the reason I came in came on a little bit earlier was because I said last night at the end of the trial of yesterday that I was gonna try to work on the video of the camera. What I wanted to do that haven't been able to do was to kind of change the orientation of the video that got recorded. So because we only saw sideways, right? I wanted to see if there was a possibility of moving the video from sideways to front to us so we could see the footage. Sadly, that was not possible to do. But what I did was I zoomed in on the video in itself, and we kind of can see a little bit better than we were so far away from the thing. I mean, I can show you guys, and you guys can see if it has changed anything or not. I definitely can do that, and then we can talk about, because to be fair, yesterday we did not have much evidence presented into the case because the case just started. We had the openings, they had yeah, it was. So I was like, all I wanted to do was to change the orientation. And from what I was talking to our friend Zio is you can do that, but I am not very good at editing videos. That's why I when I started the YouTube thing, I said, oh, I'm gonna do live streams because in a way it's easier than having Willow, if once we get ready, maybe on a break we can discuss that. That's for sure. That could be good because obviously then we can do a recap for the day. But yeah, so there was not a bunch of evidences yesterday. There was the video that I think it showed, but it's so hard to see. But I mean, you guys can be the judges. I can share the video and then see what you guys think. Where is it? Because I recorded this on my phone, so it will have sound from the cord, but we'll see. So let's play that. Hopefully, I don't know if it is gonna show sound or not, but let's hope it will. Because I'm never sure. Yeah, there's no sound on the video. I can hear the sound, but it was just the daughter talking about. I don't know if you can see anything better or not, because so it's a mute. Well, it's not mute, but I don't know why the sound is not coming through. I Yeah. So I think it's like at the far of the thing. It's more like a flashing truck, something that has some, like, it's not sirens, not police sirens. You know, the yellow sirens is those, and then the bottom part that you can see like a black thing across the screen. I thought that would be like a roof, but it's not. It's actually a path. It's just covered in snow, like a caution siren. That's it. Thank you. Oh, yellow. Like I know my sirens. So later we can see the victim Kyle come through that. I thought at the beginning when we were watching this that would be a roof where the beam, I think it's a beam this coming across the camera. This, I think, yeah. So you can see a guy coming through that. So that is my opinion, I think, but it is very hard to see. Um If anyone is good at editing, please let me know, because yeah, I am the worst person at editing. I try to, but it's, yeah. So they're just talking about like the lighting that the attorney is asking, that obviously the lighting of the camera and what she saw, because she said the angle that where the camera is, she saw more than the angle shows. So obviously she's telling what she remembers from it, and then the vehicle. So it's okay, Paula. Don't worry. Absolutely fine. I To be honest, while we watch, I had to mute as one of the servers as well, because I was getting way too many notifications for it. Absolutely, don't worry, my friend. I appreciate you though. So we can see the. Is it a mandatory? Like, I don't know if that was a proper snowplow, was it, or was he was doing in a truck with like an attachment? But if you have that attachment, do you have to always have the caution siren? Is it something? Um. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, hello, Southern Cats. Hi. Good. Hello. Good to see you. We are just watching the video from yesterday's court trial, trying to see if we can see it a little bit better than we did during court. Um, but I don't think it's working. Yeah, that's the same thing that I did. Pickles, absolutely agree. It's great people talk in Discord and everything, but yeah, it's sometimes it gets that. Saying to pause. It's just talking about the angle again. That what she can see and what the camera is portraying is completely different. That's why they paused the video. So she said that she can see more for the right hand side of the video of where the camera is. So her angle it's wider than the camera. Obviously, cameras have a specific angle. So see, I don't know if you guys. I'll go back a little bit, a few seconds. If you pay attention now, there's gonna be a person coming through the underneath the beam. Look, and I think that's the victim. And she says that that is the victim. Her dad to go outside is actually in frame here. That is Blossom. Um. Oh, okay. Oof. Oh, wow. That is crazy, Maria. Yeah. So she just says it's her dad asking, "Oh, is this?" Oh, sorry. Press the wrong button again. So it goes there to the corner. And then she says, "Do not do anything unwise." I think they go in a corner here where the mouse is. And that's more or less when they has the pew pew things happening. So again, is this in this area here? This is that was when it happened. So So that's one. Let me see if I can actually on my own. Oh no, I keep doing this. If I can zoom in even more on that area, might be able to do that if I zoom in even more on that area where it's supposedly happening, the incident, may be able to get a better picture of what happened, and then maybe clear in terms of the video editing. The thing is, I know what the video needs to be done to be able to get a little bit better, but I just don't know how to do it. So it's just oh, let me just check one thing actually, because I get a little bit. 1 second. I might have to do something because the feed is come up, but it is just doing something that I don't like. So let me just do this. Right, so that was the video. I'm still gonna try to work it on it, and still trying to see if there's anything that I can do about it, in terms of having to clear the image and sort it out or anything, just to make sure we can have a better clear. And hopefully we might not even need to be doing that, because they might even change that, and just actually turn to the gallery too, or the cameraman, like because the thing is, we could even position the camera better. Like they could put behind the jury instead of where it is, because definitely if you put behind the jury, you're not gonna see anything. The jury is not gonna be shown, but I don't think they have permission maybe for that, to put the camera there. Why am I listening to sound? Hot mic moment.
Yep. Hey, this is Bill. I've got those mics open now.
All right, flash drive is all set.
All right, thanks, guys.
ID though. Still for ID, yeah, for ID. And then let me just.
They realized that the mics were still on. Oh my god, that is hilarious. Oh, I took a picture of now. I was just checking the sound. Yeah, hot mic moments. Definitely not very good. Oh, we love a good hot mic moment. So in this trial, we are counting two things. We are counting how many times they scare me, or if you want to participate, just let me know and on chat if they scared you. And we also counting the f-bombs, because it seems a very lively court, and I think it's gonna happen again. Definitely the f-bombs, because I mean, just in the opening statements from, I think it was the fans, we had 18 or something close to it. So it has been definitely already a very spicy courtroom for this trial. Sorry, I'm just trying, because there was another feed for this trial, but they just put something on the screen and it's just bugs me. um and I just don't think that's fair what they do. So, but it's whatever. um so we are just waiting now on the feet to kick in again, because I think they are on a court and they are getting ready, which is good because it's only 5 to the hour, and that means that this court is gonna be an on-time court. Figuring it out, that's they only doing like 5 hours, around 5 hours testimony. They need to be on time, because starting at 10 a.m, right, and finishing about 4 p.m, they need to be quite quickly in terms of like getting a move on and not wasting time, because they don't have much time, because only have like, because they still take an hour for lunch between 12. Oh yes, for sure, hot mic is always amazing, because they only have like about I want to say about 4 hours and 45 minutes of testimony, because they have two breaks, one morning break and one afternoon break, and then they still have as well an hour lunch. So if it is 10 to 4 p.m., that's 6 hours minus an hour and what, 20 minutes, that's 4 hours and 40 minutes of testimony only on the trial. True, this is not going to be a long trial, but it could long. I know it is, isn't it? I think it has to be punctual, because if you're not punctual on the trial, that you do not in court in session for a very long time, so you kind of have to be punctual, because otherwise you're just wasting everybody's time, the jury's time, the court's time, and I don't think judges like that very much, to waste any time. So hopefully it will be starting on time, which is good. We love that. We love a court that is punctual, just gets a move on. I think today, the first witness also, it's going to be Angela Violette, the wife of the victim, because she was in the room apparently where Kendra, the daughter of the victim, saw the incident happen. So they saw things unfolding. So it is going to be another emotional testimony. So have your tissues ready next to you, and yeah, it's gonna be a good trial, but I'm hoping that I can warm up, because I'm still not warm, and I am struggling warming up today for some reason. So yeah, what do you guys think so far? Well, so far we had like a half a day of the trial. It was so. Oh, you can't see me. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm hiding behind Lois. I was hiding behind Lois. Sorry, I forgot to take the cover. Oh my days! I was hiding behind Lois. So peekaboo, I'm here. I was playing hide and seek, and you guys did not find me. So to be fair, it's I can't see you. Sorry, that was creepy. Oh my days! This is the dangers of me being rusted and not being feeling tired or anything. Is that I just will say weird things on stream. So yeah, I know, Maria, but you were instigated. Yeah, exactly. See, there you go again. You were definitely in front of me, and that's why you could not see me. Uh, oh yeah, of course. I mean, I think the way you start the morning, it is gonna tell you how your day is, and each morning that it comes, it's a brand new start. We can make the day, and yes, some days are harder, some days are impossible to keep a smile on and everything, but at least if we start the morning with a laugh when we have a blank canvas of a day to deal with, we can help. And then yeah. Oh, um I think so, Paula, because when I email you guys, when I'm sending you guys the verdict games and everything, I just bought I sorry, I keep forgetting. Do you want me? Okay, I can go to the top of the screen. Hang on, hang on. Let me. Meow. Okay, right. I am right up in the sky now. So when I email you guys stuff, I can depend on the weight of the item. There is a stamp that I can buy that is the international stamp. I actually, where did I put them? I have them because I'm I don't want to go to the post office every single time to buy, and I would like to just drop things in the mailbox. But I have a little bit of a books of stamps, international book stamps that I can just put on my letter, and then we have an extra stamp. There's called the, the blue one. Probably you know which one I'm talking about because you've received your letter already of the prize game of the other verdict that says something royal by air or by airmail. So it might be an international stamp in the US. I am not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. But we do have an international stamp. I have some, but and I need to find them where they are because I need to send some letters out for you guys that have won the game. And I'm supposed to have in my drawer, but my drawer is a mess. Oh, you know what? I don't think it is here. I think it's still in the car. I think I left them in the car. But yeah, so you can. I think you can buy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. So and it depends on for us it depends on the weight. So but yeah, I think yeah, Stephanie's. So yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sure. So kind of works the same way. I need to find my stamps because I need to go to the post office tomorrow to be able to send you guys the stuff and then I can just email. Oh yeah. That is the easiest way possible. That is very true. Saws and cats, absolutely. Yeah, that is true. Thank you, Maria. Just maybe, yeah, the USPS that says, and what you need to do. That's I think the best way. But it should be only a stamp or tops two stamps, and maybe around $2. I think I don't know. Um. Stephanie, that is hilarious. Actually, I'm talking about that. I've been talking to Garden Bot and like I don't know if it is too early or not, but um yeah, exactly. And yeah, so I'm actually been thinking of opening up like a shop here on like on YouTube for like it's kind of like merch for the channel, but not merch clothes merch, but just the little things that I do this the resin prints that I do with Garden Bot, kind of like for those. I don't know. We're still thinking. It's still a possibility. It's nothing. Yeah. Um. Oh yeah. True. So thanks very much, guys, for helping out. Because obviously, in terms of US stuff, I don't know much. I know my side of things. Um. Oh, why is it doing that? Sorry. Just something random. Oh man, they are late 3 minutes. That's not a good start. Maybe they are dealing with something. Oh, that is true. So we already lost a juror on this case, guys. So yesterday, apparently that juror issue that they had to deal with before the oh, nice. That's awesome. So you are a pro probably Southern Cats in terms of how much things are and how they work. So we already lost the juror on this case. So they might not have like normally they have like two reserves. They might only have one already, this one. But I wonder what happened. Either was like a no thing that the juror did, like talking about the trial when he shouldn't have talked about the trial, or was just a commitment that he could. Oh, nice. So if you don't mind me, where? Oh, wait. Hang on. I think I'm confusing with someone that was. Is it Wisconsin? Waukesha? No. I think I might be confusing people again, and I'm apologize if I am. But if not, let me know in what part of England used to be. I'm in the northeast of England, near Newcastle, Sunderland area. I'm in that area. Um, so yeah. So also there is something very exciting. While court hasn't started, I can tell you this. So you guys in the US, you can get court documents and very easily um finding like court judgments and everything Oh, Yarmouth. That's awesome. Yes, that's it. Sorry. Thank you. Yes, journeys. That was. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Stephanie. I really appreciate that. Me in confusing you. Yes, England is all in one time zone. We are in the meridian line that we are always in the same time zone. We do change the time on in the spring and in the fall, but all the country is on a time zone. Ooh, there's movements in court. Um, thank you, Stephanie. Oh, here comes our defendant. Same suit again. Interesting. So I was just gonna say, I am able now to get some court documents in the UK system, which is very exciting. I am geeking out about this. It is very, very exciting. The fact, hang on, let me put the headphone to see if there's sound. Because I have the habit of only having one headphone. So there is a possibility of me getting very limited documents, but there is on the UK cases. So that means we definitely can start covering more UK cases maybe over the weekend. So it's so exciting. Oh, Paula, thank you very much. I have one too, because I am still struggling with the time zones. And to be fair, right now, I don't want to give it too much study because it's gonna change pretty soon anyway, the time zones again. Yay, you made it just in time. Good morning, Sherry. Good to see you, my friend. Hello, good morning. It is, well, sun is shining now, but it was pouring down rain earlier. But it's very, very cold as well. But I really appreciate that, Paula. So you know when you
We
can
ready
send
to
me a
bring the jury
message.
out?
Oh, here you go.
Okay, let's proceed.
Let's proceed.
Please rise for seating of the jury panel. Please be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a nice evening. I want to start by thanking you all. My people tell me everybody was here right on time. We're greatly appreciate that. So thank you very much. And now we're ready to proceed. Attorney Barr, are you ready to call the state's next witness?
I am. Angela Violette.
Very good.
And the witness stand in this courtroom is up to just to the left of the judge. If you could approach the witness stand, face the judge, and remain standing for your oath, please.
Good morning, ma'am. You raise your right hand. You swear that any testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the means of penalty of perjury.
I do.
You can be seated right there. Please do me a favor, scoot up to the microphone.
Sure.
Voice up.
Okay.
I made my first mistake of the day and calling you as Angela Violette. Could you state and spell your name for the court record, please?
Angela LaChance, first name Angela, the last name is Lachance.
I want to ask you some questions about your relationships, and I understand that your last name is not Violet, this is LaChance, but who do you consider yourself with?
Kyle Violet,
How long have you guys been together?
22 years.
And do you have a family together?
We do, 2 children.
Can you give me just their ages?
My son is 15, my daughter is 18.
And I don't think we need to get in too much to your son. My understanding, he did not witness directly events here, but we met your daughter yesterday.
Yes,
What's her name?
Kendra Violette.
Okay. And where do you guys live?
43 Summer Street, Rochester.
Who do you live there with?
Kyle Violet and our 2 children.
We had heard yesterday that there was sort of an educational split with
Yeah.
where the kids reside. Who do they live with most of the week?
Their grandmother, Cindy Glenn.
And why is it that they live in?
Well, they started going to school in Farmington when they were like elementary school. So when we moved to Rochester, they just they wanted to continue their education where they had been the whole time. So.
Has that worked out?
Oh, yeah. Kendra's about to graduate.
Do you work outside of the home?
I do. I work at Gaslight in Portsmouth.
And what is the Gaslight enforcement?
It's a restaurant.
And what do you do there?
I bartend.
How long have you been with the Gaslight?
4 years.
And speaking of time frames, how long have you lived at 43 Summer?
It'll be 3 years next month.
And you said you work at the Gaslight. We had heard some that Kendra works part-time there as well.
Yeah, I got her the job as a host when she was almost 15, and she just started serving when she turned 18.
How's that working out for you guys? Too much time together? Or?
No, it's great. Actually, no, it really is great. She's a great kid. I love working with her.
Look, Angela, may I call you Angela, or would you prefer Miss LaChance?
No, Angela's fine.
Thank you. You know why we're here, why you're here today, and I want to now focus on April 4th of last year. Can you just begin and introduce us to what was going on earlier in the night for you and your family?
Sorry. We were all off, well, myself and Kendra were off of work that night, so we were just kind of having a family night. We had made dinner. We had all retired up to our bedrooms. It was about, 10 o'clock or so. Myself and Kyle were in our room. Kendra was in her room. My son was in his room playing video games.
Tell us a little bit, I think we know, but what was going on outside?
It was snowing.
All right. And not just snowing, right? This was a pretty big storm.
It was a pretty big, yeah, the biggest one of the year, I'm pretty sure.
What was your plan, and not to get too far in the weeds of this, but what was your plan for clearing the snow from your driveway?
My daughter's friend, her father plows, and he was supposed to come plow our driveway. We were going back and forth between text messages for quite some time, and he didn't show up when he said he was going to show up. And quite a few hours had gone by, so I really didn't think that he was going to show up. So our plan essentially was going to be to have to go out and shovel by hand.
All right. Plan B, shovels by hand.
Yep.
Create some degree of anxiety, concern among everybody?
Yeah, of course, it was a lot of snow.
And did you need to use cars in the morning?
Yes, yep.
Who lived next door to you, I guess as you are facing the house to your right?
Jason Levesque and his parents.
And you said that there was kind of a plan A for your plowing and a plan B by hand. Look, have there been any concerns about the volume of snow out front?
Well, yeah, the snow piles up from the plow going through the street, and then it got built up even more by Mr. Levesque.
And so, had that been an issue prior to this night?
Yes.
In what way? How can you describe how you've seen the process work before?
He would plow his snow from the front of his driveway past our telephone pole, build up a pile in front of the street, and then push it in front of our driveway.
Okay. And you say there would be a pile near or just beyond the
telephone pole. Yeah.
And was that a first step? And then what followed? And then what was the second step?
He would, because obviously you can't leave it in the street, he would ultimately push it at the end of our driveway.
Okay. And did that include the snow that was then backpulled out of his driveway?
Yes.
And had that been a, tension point prior to the 4th?
It had happened at least one time before.
Okay. You were just talking about a family night moving towards, sounds like, closer to bedtime, where people dispersed in your home, doing their own thing.
Yeah.
What happened after that?
When we realized that Kendra's friend's father was probably not going to show up and we were going to have to plow by hand, Kyle noticed that Mr. Levesque was plowing his snow to the end of our driveway, which essentially would have made it more difficult for us to plow by hand. So he went out to ask him not to do that.
Can I ask you to provide kind of a sequence of events where you went to?
Yeah, so after he grabbed his hoodie, he went to walk out. I went into Kendra's room. I said, your dad just went out to go talk to the neighbor. Me and Kendra walked downstairs into the living room. We were kind of just walking around the living room. And then we went to the bay window next to the screen porch where the video camera is. And we were looking outside.
So this may be obvious. We were out there yesterday, I think you know, and you're describing there were 2 bay windows facing your house from your driveway. Are you talking about the one to the left or to the right?
If you're facing my screen porch, it's to the left.
If you're facing the screen porch?
If you're facing my house.
Then it's the first one to the
Yes.
left? Okay.
Yeah.
And you said you were both looking outside from there, and there was a surveillance camera from a similar angle, is that fair?
Yeah, so the surveillance camera comes from the top left-hand side of the window, and myself and Kendra were just, looking from the middle. Kendra was on the right.
After the events occurred outside, did you have contact with law enforcement, any police officers?
Yes.
Did you agree to provide the surveillance footage from that camera to law enforcement?
Yes, I gave it to them that night. I provided Kyle's phone because our cameras are on an app that was on his phone. We couldn't get onto the app on his phone, so I emailed it to them. I airdropped it to them. I provided multiple different ways of them having that video.
And that night, did they come inside at some point after this event and actually view your phone?
Yes.
Are you aware whether or not they actually then took a screen video of your screen video as well for short term?
Yeah.
Okay. Look, I don't want to gratuitously do this, unnecessarily do this, but we watched that video yesterday.
Yeah.
And I want to play an abbreviated version. I don't think we need to go through the whole thing.
Sure.
Certainly defer to the defense, but I want to show you a portion of that because I have some follow-up questions for you.
Okay.
Okay? Bear with me just a second, Your Honor. May we set up? We managed to upgrade. Okay, we'll move good. Yep. I say we've upgraded, but I don't know that actually works. And Your Honor, for the record, this is State's Exhibit 2 as a full exhibit.
Yeah, thank you.
Judge, this will just take a minute. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness leave the stand and approach the well. Yep. His voice seems to carry fairly well, but I'm just going to bring this down and. Just holding my breath. Angela, do you recognize this image?
Yes, that's the image from the surveillance camera in my bay window.
Thank you. Council, can we play and spare? I don't know that everybody needs to see the plowing again, but perhaps when Mr. Violette leaves the residence. And can you identify this person?
That's Kyle.
You had described him putting on a hoodie. Did you see him do that?
Yes.
If I could stop there. Are you able to see Mr. Levesque's truck door open in the left corner adjacent to the house?
Yes.
Okay. And you had just said, there he goes.
Yep.
Who are you referring to?
I'm referring to Jason getting out of his truck.
All right. And can I have you continue? Can I pause it here? You just said, I hope he doesn't do anything stupid.
Yes.
Who are you talking about?
Mr. Levesque.
And are you able to hear from your, I guess, vantage point, the conversation or words exchanged, if any, between Levesque and...
No, we were not able to hear anything.
Okay. Could we continue to play? We stop. Can you tell who it is that backs away or separates from the truck?
In which part?
This part here, the individual on the right, to your knowledge, is who?
That's Kyle.
Okay.
That I can see right there by the pole.
All right. Please. You rewind just back to approximately the point where she indicates he has a gun. Good. Pause, please. You yelled at about this point that he has a gun.
That was Kendra.
Kendra,
Yes.
were you able to see a firearm?
So when Kendra noticed the gun, I was walking towards the window, but I was looking down. When she yelled, "He has a gun," I looked up and I witnessed the first shot to the face.
Could you tell that he had a firearm in his hand?
Yes.
And was there anything about the lighting or the distance that prohibited you from seeing what he had in his hand?
Nothing at all. I had a very clear view.
Were you able to see whether Kyle had anything in his hand or brandished anything in his hand during your period of observation?
No, Kyle never brandished anything or had anything in his hand.
And can you roll this?
No, he's getting up. He has a gun out of his mouth. He just shot him.
Can you pause it? What direction was Kyle proceeding in when the first shot was fired?
Kyle was starting to walk home.
And the next 5 shots, were you able to tell what direction he was proceeding when they were fired?
Kyle was already on the ground from the first shot.
And his movements, in what direction did he go?
He was trying to army crawl home.
Can you just proceed? Who is this?
That's Kendra.
And who is this?
That's me.
I think that's good. Ma'am, Could you resume the witness stand, please? Sorry, Mayor. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
We just left off where you went outside. Can you describe how Kyle appeared to you when you reached him?
When I went outside, he was curled up in a ball by the telephone pole, bleeding profusely. I called 911 immediately.
What's your estimate of how long it took for law enforcement to respond?
Only a couple of minutes, it was very fast.
And from there, can you just briefly describe to us the sequence of events as you experienced it?
Yeah, one of the officers started rendering aid while the other officers took Mr. Levesque into custody.
And when you say rendering aid, did they render aid at the scene, at that location?
Yeah, I believe one of the officers ripped his shirt off. They had to turn him over onto his side because he was choking on the blood from the first shot to the face.
Were you there for that?
Yes.
And can you just confirm for us that Kyle was taken from the scene by ambulance to a local hospital?
Yeah, first he was taken by ambulance to Frisbee. I met him there.
And can you just describe for us the sequence of events and what happens next in terms of...
I couldn't get my car out of the driveway, so I had to call one of my coworkers who came and picked me up, and she brought me to Frisbee. They immediately let me back into the room where Kyle was. They had taken off most of his clothing. They had to cut it off. He was not conscious. He was still alive, but he was not conscious. They told me that he had lost a good portion of his blood and that they were...
I just have to object.
But I understand the objection, Your Honor. I'll rephrase and focus. When I'm asking about the experience, it's not necessary, and other witnesses would have to provide the actual assessment. And so I'd ask you not to convey through hearsay what the doctors told you.
Oh, sure.
Just, I just want to get a sequence of your experience. Where did you go? How long were you at Frisbee?
He was not, I couldn't tell you exactly how long we were there. It was not very long. He was transported to Portsmouth shortly after.
What did you do from there?
I went to Portsmouth. I had my coworker drive me to Portsmouth.
And were you able to see Kyle at Portsmouth?
I was not able to see Kyle at Portsmouth because he was in emergency surgery.
And how long did your estimate? And again, I don't need to hold you to an exact, but how long do you think you were at Portsmouth?
Maybe a couple of hours.
And what happened next?
They took him to Boston Medical Center.
You know how we got down there?
Yeah, by ambulance.
And what did you do?
I went home to check on my children because they had stayed home. And then I went to Boston.
And how often were you able to see Kyle in Boston?
I stayed with Kyle in Boston from the day he got there until the day he went home.
Approximately how long was he admitted to the Boston facility?
April 5th to May 1st.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to approach. This is going to be medical photos. With permission, I'd like to approach, show this witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19 as a full exhibit. Counsel is 260 severed.
Just double check. I think we have no problem with that.
19 is full exhibit 10.
And that's okay.
Thank you. Very good, thank you.
Angela, I'm going to show you a photograph from that time. It's 6, 19. You recognize that photograph?
That's Kyle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how he appeared?
Yes.
Better read photos. Your Honor, can I ask the court to indulge me and remind the jurors that they'll have full access to any exhibits that are
Yes,
presented?
I'd rather do that. So while you can take your time looking at it now, understand you'll have an opportunity, any full exhibits you'll have an opportunity to see them later in the jury room. Very good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Angela, you said he was, released from the hospital. What was his, for instance, his last medical appointment related to these events?
The last medical appointment he just had was in the beginning of March, and he just went for a CAT scan it was Tuesday, I think, Monday or Tuesday? Monday.
Remember where Kyle was working before these events?
Yeah, he was working at Eldridge Lumber in Portsmouth.
Doing what?
He would like, it's not a mill yard where they make the wood, they sell it. So he would like stock the shelves, help people if they came in to buy the lumber, load their trucks, stuff like that.
Been able to return to work?
No,
Physically, how is he today?
still recovering.
And can you describe kind of his mental state concerning these events now?
He certainly is not the same person mentally that he was before this happened. He has severe PTSD. He's very depressed. He has a lot of anxiety because a lot of paranoia.
Is he still at home with you?
Yes.
No, for just a minute. Angela, this may sound like a strange question, but there's some legal obligations on my part. But I need to ask you, are you able to identify Jason Levesque in the courtroom today?
Yes, he's right over there.
And could you please identify him by some description of clothing or his appearance?
He's the man sitting right there with the dark beard, with the gray suit on and the blue undershirt.
Thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant as the individual depicted in the images that you referred to. Thank you, Your Honor. Angela, those were my questions. I appreciate your time. As you know, Attorney Sisti will likely have some questions for you as well.
Sure, thank you.
If I may, Judge.
Yes.
I do have a few questions,
Sure.
and nobody wants to put you through this kind of stuff. You understand that, right?
I do.
Okay, good. Prior to this date, did you ever have a conversation with Jason?
I had never spoken to that man ever.
Correct. You've never spoken to that man ever, and he has never approached you before that date, ever?
No.
I think I may be having a technical difficulty.
Here?
Yeah.
We don't want it technical. to stop a trolley. I'm sorry, Mark. Tell us when you're comfortable.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's get back to it. You never had a conversation with him, right?
No.
He never had a conversation with you, right?
No.
He never had a bad word for you, right?
No, I never spoken to him before.
Yeah, right, okay. And how long were you there from the time you left Farmington?
At the time of the incident, it was 2 years we were living there.
And again, I don't know if I heard you right. Was there a particular reason you left Farmington?
No, we just got a new place. It happened to be in Rochester.
All right, even though the kids were comfortable in the school, you wanted to go to Rochester, is that the deal?
Yeah.
On that particular night, actually, I think you may have made a little bit of a mistake, but I don't want to get too technical. It actually wasn't snowing at the time, at about 10 o'clock p.m. on that night, correct? Snow had stopped.
I'm not really sure.
You're not sure? Okay. I want to make sure that we're sure of a lot of things here. Okay. Actually, let me ask you a kind of a goofy question, I guess.
Sure.
You were having problems and anxiety about your driveway being plowed?
Yes, my daughter's friend, father was supposed to come plow us out with his plow truck.
Okay. And you all had to get out in the morning and you were concerned about that?
Yes.
And you were actually kind of anxious about having to hand shovel the whole thing?
I wouldn't call it anxious. We were concerned that we were going to have to shovel by hand. Yes, it wasn't, no.
Well, you saw in the video there was a guy right next door with a plow, right?
Yes.
Did anybody have the idea that maybe you could go out and ask that guy right there?
Actually, my mother, who used to live in the front of our house, had asked Mr. Levesque one time prior when it snowed.
I'm going to ask you, did you or Kyle have the idea that maybe you could go right next door because you were in some trouble and ask him to plow your driveway?
No, because he had refused it before.
To you?
To my mother.
So you don't know what happened there, do you?
I wasn't present, no, but she told me.
Okay, so let's talk about you and Kyle.
Sure.
Neither you nor Kyle had the idea to go over and ask him politely to just plow your driveway, right?
No, we didn't ask him.
Okay. And that idea never came up, or it never came up in conversation?
No, we never talked about it.
Now, at some point in time, around, I guess it was a little after 10 o'clock p.m., Kyle decides to go out to talk to Jason, right?
Yes.
And was he a bit perturbed?
He was, I don't know, a bit perturbed, I guess, that he was plowing snow at the end of our driveway, yes.
Well, actually, you say that, but we're going to play that video again in a second, all right?
Yeah, sure.
We will. And the end of your driveway, of course, is on one side of the telephone pole, right?
Yes.
And on the other side of the telephone pole, there's no driveway there.
Yeah, that's where his porch, Mr. Levesque's porch is.
Right. In fact, the driveway itself actually isn't at the edge of the telephone pole. It actually starts about 8 feet in there.
Okay.
Right? I mean, you live there.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'll show you a photo if you need to see it still.
Sure.
Okay. I don't want to be messing around. I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. 294 in evidence. That's what I make sure.
Thank you, Clint.
I'm sorry, could we have this? I'm going to show you what we've marked as defendant D for identification.
Yes.
Here's what it said.
That is the front of Jason Levesque's house, and my driveway is to the left if you're looking at the picture.
Okay, is that a pretty good picture?
Yes.
Accurately show that?
Yes.
Can I have the ID card? objection, Your Honor.
No objection, United States opposes it.
Well, it shows the address. Let me make sure we got this set up properly. We've got the utility pole, right?
Yes,
And the utility pole is basically right in the center of this picture.
I wouldn't call that the center.
Pretty close. It's on the side of your driveway.
His house is in the center of the picture.
Okay. The pole is on the side of your driveway.
Right,
Looking at the photograph, the pole is to the right of your driveway.
correct.
If I may close it, I'm going to ask that the video be played a little bit in a minute, okay? But I want to be clear here. Levesque wasn't plowing your driveway that day, right?
He was not plowing my driveway, no.
And the Department of Public Works had plowed the road that day, right?
Yes,
And your concern was that they had plowed in front of your driveway, right?
they had already plowed in front of my driveway, correct.
Okay. And that was a concern because you got to bust through that by hand the next day if nobody comes to plow, right?
Right,
Okay. And that was the concern that you folks were talking about just prior to Kyle approaching Jason, right?
yeah, the concern was that he was piling more snow that we were gonna have to shovel.
Okay, I want to be clear because we're going to see the video again, okay?
Sure.
All right. And we know which side of the pole, is what and where the driveway is, right?
Yep,
And the photo I showed you is accurate as to where the driveway is, right?
yep, and you can see that the side of my driveway by Mr. Levesque's house, the telephone pole is right by the end of that part, and we do park our cars there as well.
Again, that's fine. I'm not arguing with you at all, okay? But that pole's not part of your driveway.
No, the pole is at the corner of my driveway.
Right. In fact, there's a few feet before you get to your driveway from the pole.
I couldn't tell you exactly how far from my driveway.
Okay. All right. We're going to get to it in a second. So it actually wasn't snowing. You didn't ask Levesque to plow the snow. Your claim is that he was plowing snow into your driveway?
Yes, he was plowing some snow in front of my driveway.
And you are claiming that that's actually what you saw?
Yes,
Have you seen this entire video yet?
I have seen the entire video multiple times.
Okay, good. All right. Now, in that particular video as well, there is additional comments from you. Not only did you say, I hope he doesn't do anything stupid, and today you claim that you're referring to Jason,
Yes,
and you say, I hope he doesn't do anything fucking dumb.
yes,
And today you're claiming that that has to do with Jason?
it does.
Did you tell the police that at any point in time?
Yes, I did.
You did? And which police officer did you discuss that?
I'm not sure. I talked to so many.
Talked to so many. Well, let me tell you something, okay? Before you said those two things, you also said something, okay, as Kyle was crossing the driveway toward Jason. You remember what you said?
Yep, there he goes.
There he goes.
Yep.
Who were you referring to there?
Mr. Levesque getting out of his truck.
He wasn't getting out of the truck.
The door had opened.
Yeah. We're going to play the video.
Okay, that's fine.
Again, you were asked by the prosecution as to whether or not you could hear any exchange of words out in the road.
Right.
And you claim you couldn't hear a thing, right?
No, I couldn't hear anything.
I mean, most critically, you certainly didn't hear Jason say anything, right?
I didn't hear either of them say anything.
So what happened out in that road, in any exchange, you would have no idea.
Not the words, no.
You wouldn't know if there was a threat, right?
I wouldn't know, no.
From your observations, did you see a young lady out there with Jason as well?
No, I did not.
We could set up. Okay, if we could take it from the beginning where there's actual plowing taking place. That's the jury. I'm going to ask you, why don't you take a look too, so we're all looking together if we can.
Attorney City, is it set up? I can't tell if you guys.
Yeah, I think you're okay.
No, jurors seat. Thank you.
Ma'am, just so before we started, that dark mark across the center, that's just part of the window, right?
That's just part of the window, yes.
Okay, that doesn't indicate any kind of a clearance on the driveway or anything else?
No.
Okay, all right, good. If we could start the video, please. And I'll ask you a few questions as we're going, if that's okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Did you see that at all from the window?
I wasn't looking out the window at this point when he was plowing.
Okay. Now, would you agree he's not plowing anything in front of your driveway, right?
Not at this moment, no.
Okay. Okay, can you stop it right there? Now, he did plow in front of his home, correct?
Yes.
And he plowed right up to the pole, right?
Yes.
He did not plow over to the other side of the pole, correct?
He was still actively plowing.
I understand, we're looking at this right now.
The edge of my driveway is shortly after that pole. Like I said, we utilize both lanes of the driveway, and my driveway starts shortly after the pole on the right-hand side.
That is correct. And he has not plowed any snow on that side.
In
of the
this
pole.
rain, yes, he did stop the pole.
Thank you. We can continue. Stop it right there. You did exactly the same thing, right?
Yeah, but I pushed the snow out towards my driveway.
It's not over your driveway, correct?
It is almost at my driveway, yes. My driveway is shortly right
My
there.
question is, it wasn't in your driveway, correct?
Not in my driveway
Thank
now.
you. We can continue. We can stop it right there. Again, that's not in your driveway, right?
No.
Thank you. We can go again. Now, were you looking out the window at this time?
No.
Okay. Stop it again. That didn't go in your driveway either, did it?
No.
Thank you. We can get going again. Okay, so you stop. He's not plowing anymore, right?
No.
And who is going out through the driveway again?
That's Kyle.
Okay, can we back it up just a second? Is this when you looked outside?
No.
You did not look outside at that point?
No, me and my daughter were in the living room at this point. You can see the curtain move when
Hold
you
on.
look outside.
You did not see Kyle go into the driveway?
No.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay.
Yep, there it goes.
Yep, there we go.
Yep, that you can see Mr. Levesque get out of the truck right there.
Okay, can you stop? Mr. Levesque's not even looking at Kyle.
That's what I was referring to when I said that. He was out of his truck. You could see him by the car door.
You didn't say anything about, uh-oh, he's getting out of the truck. You didn't say anything like that.
No, that's just how I worded it. I'm sorry. I don't know why I worded it that way.
Well, let me ask you, that's the first time you saw Kyle, right? Right out the window.
Yes.
There he goes.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you. Take a seat.
Now, please, down the video.
I am.
Thank you. We'll be shut down.
So the first time you see Kyle through the window, your first statement is, there he goes, right?
Yeah, that's what it looks like on camera, but that's not what I was referring to.
Again, that's what it says, and that's what it looks like on camera, right?
Sure, that's what it looks like.
And then the second thing you say shortly after that is, I hope he doesn't do anything stupid.
Yes, I do say that.
You refer to the same he, right?
Yes.
And then the last thing you say is, I hope he doesn't do anything fucking dumb.
Right, I do say that as well.
And as we look through that entire video, and now that you've seen it and it's fresh in your mind,
Yep,
fresh in your mind,
yes.
you will agree with me that Jason plowed no snow in front of your driveway.
He might have stopped his plow at the telephone pole, but every time he piled more snow, it pushed the snowbank in front of my driveway.
And I'm sure the jury will take a very close look at that video.
I'm sure they will too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just briefly, look, I don't want to belabor this plowing thing too much, okay?
Right.
But I just got to ask you, you saw these kind of 4 swipes towards your pole.
Sure.
Do you know the sequence of Mr. Levesque's plowing of his own driveway?
What
You
do
know, in other words, do you know what was going to happen to the...
I'm gonna object. It's straight speculation.
Sure. You had mentioned a prior kind of plowing incident that
Yes.
raised some tensions.
Right.
Did that prior plowing event actually come to an end? Did he finish plowing?
He did finish plowing.
Okay. Did it appear that he had finished plowing in the video that you saw?
No, he was not done plowing.
Okay. Candidly, those are all the questions I have.
When was that other thing so we can be relaxed?
I couldn't tell you the exact date.
Thank you.
All set, thank you.
Yep. Yes. Judge, we have another witness available. I don't know what the court's plan is in terms of brief morning break. Thank you.
Please rise. Jury departing.
We got it.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm gonna turn off the court sound so we don't have me overlapping the court sound and be a little bit harder for you guys to hear. But yeah, I agree with you, South and Cats. Wow, just absolutely wow. This uh this attorney, it is I am so sorry, Sherry. What are you making? I was like, are you? It's questions. Why is it every single defense attorney, right, have to be so condescending and so rude for the victim's family, for the victims themselves, and for the prosecution witness? I know it's their job and everything, but like, come on. He was making more comments, right? More comments than actually asking questions. Um, yeah, I definitely don't like this approach. It's like you can be a defense attorney and like, ask questions and do all of that, but not being an inhuman person. You still can like show respect and apologize for the incident, because the thing is, his client, it's not even saying that he did not do it. He's saying it was self-defense, so he has admitted they do it. So oh, nice. Oh, that is awesome, Sherry. That looks amazing. I tried learning how to crochet. It did not go very well. I know how to do like a line. I can do an endless line, but now something out of it. Yeah, I tried, but did not work out. I agree with you, Stephanie. It was very, very rude. Absolutely, unbelievable, really rude. Like the comments that he was making. Oh yeah, definitely I cannot crochet to save a life. I try to learn, I to teach myself, but nah, I know how to do the line, the straight line. I could probably do a line from here to American, and probably nothing much else, so we could be connected through a line. But absolutely not nothing else. Good morning, Tweety. Hello, good morning. I mean, we've already had the spicy morning. So, well, rude spicy morning. We have one more scare and one more F bomb. I think the attorney, the defense attorney, has four more than the prosecution ones. Oh, awesome. That's the thing is, my sister-in-law, she's very patient, and she taught me, and I saw a lot of YouTube videos. Literally at one point all my recommendation videos were about how to crochet and how to do the knots and everything. But eventually I gave up and just focused on true crime instead. um but yeah, so the defense attorney is actually the one that's been swearing the most. Absolutely, because I don't think I've heard the prosecution one swear yet. Or maybe he did in the you got up, huh, Willow? I know, it is very, very condescending. I did not like that attorney. Like his style, I know is just doing his job, but just because he's doing his job doesn't mean that he has to be condescending and he has to be rude, and like to the comments that he did to the witness and everything. Because again, the fact is, this client is not denying that he did. It's just saying that he did in self-defense. So we are not here to prove that Jason didn't do. We're here to prove that it was self-defense. At least that's the theory, unless they want to change theories mid-trial and can carry on saying that it wasn't him. I know, I agree with you. Like, he had so many snark comments that, and even the prosecution could have like objected to that fact of like saying, "Judge, come on, objection, what is happening? Like, hello, can you control this?" So it's just a little bit, I like the judge, but it might be a little bit lenient, or even him interrupting. Oh yeah, it's like, the thing is, there's no better witnesses than the Angela, Kindra, and Kyle, because they are the ones involved, especially Kyle. So he's gonna be the star witness, and it's gonna be the nail in the handcuffs. I want to say nail in the coffin, but I didn't want to be that dark. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, she did a very brilliant job in terms of holding on her side and everything. But actually, I did promise you guys that on the break we would go for a mini a mini field trip, but I need to put the feed on my phone just to make sure that we are back on time for the trial. So here you go. Hey, let's like it's just to show you guys where she worked, because she mentioned the gaslight bar thing. That okay, so this is the only one I actually found in the area in Portsmouth, I think. So that's the one that is like about 28 minutes away. Sorry, I went probably a bit far and saw the distance between their the house and the nightclub, but I think it is Barton. So this is the area where the club is. The club is there. It's here. Portsmouth Gaslight Co. I think that's the one. It does say it's fine food and drink, so it might not be a nightclub and be just yeah. So wood fire cooking, and then you has a pizza pub. Nice. Oh, pizza by slice. Oh, that I know it is. It is not the very bad looking. It is actually looks quite a cool town. Wow, that is awesome. So I think that's where she works. Sorry, we were just being. So then yes, then it is this, because if she's a bartender, she's a server. Yeah, that's. Oh, sorry. This thing is too sensitive. Yeah, we are counting F-bombs, Zizzy. We are counting F-bombs and scares, because this courtroom, this courtroom tends to scare and have a lot of noises that scares me, and we are counting both of them on this one. Yeah, I love how Google trips too. I mean, I think it's something we could carry on, so we have like a notion of where this is, as long everything is safe. But she said she doesn't live. They don't live there anymore anyway, in that house where the accident happened. I don't think I would want to go back to the scene where everything happened. I think I would just get out of there. I don't think no one ever stays in the same house. But at least let's go. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Oh no, it's closed. It's not letting us in, Zizzy. Sorry, that's it's zooming in out. But sorry. I like doing this because it gives us like a notion that, not saying that it's not a real place, but it gives us the sense there is a physical place and gives a notion of what could have happened. And this last video that the defense actually showed, I saw a lot better the video, because I think it was more of an angle towards the gallery where the cameras are, and I saw the video very, very clear. I wish they would have played the whole thing so we could have seen the actually thing in action. I was so upset when, let's go back to the feed. I was so upset when they didn't. I was like, no, please show everything. I just wanted to watch it all. Oh, it seems like I came back right on time, because I think, yeah, we are live. Yeah. So I was so upset when they moved it away. Then, because he didn't want to show anything else. Obviously, it's understandable, but I was like, no, let me watch, because the angle was so much better. But we kind of have like a better notion of what the camera shows. Is it showing correct? Yes, it is showing correctly. Or is it not? Hang on. Yeah, no, it is not. Sorry. I thought it was not showing correctly, the feed. Hang on, let me just do something to correct the way it looks. Okay, I think that's the proper way. Yeah, sorry, just me being perfectionist again. There we go, that's much better. Sorry, me being perfectionist, sorry. So, yeah, that angle was a lot better. Maybe we'll get to watch it again when Kyle is on the stand. Hopefully they will show it better. I don't think it's gonna be called just yet. Oh, sound back, hang on. I don't think it's gonna be called just yet, but, well, you could, I don't know, we don't know.
Please rise.
Okay, here we go, parking court.
Thank you.
And we start with the sidebar. If we would get be counting sidebars and objections, we would put an extra one on that thing. But we are not. We are counting F-bombs because that is awesome. Sorry, it's just hilarious there. I just need to do, when the court starts, I need to do a shopping list for garden bot, because we need a couple bits. Zizzy, I think I am gonna have not the Bloody Mary. I think I'm gonna have a margarita. I'm in a mood for a margarita since Paula was talking about them. I'm gonna have a margarita. Buffalo wings, they could work, but can I also have pizza, because they have pizzas? So I think I would have pepperoni pizza, yes, maybe. And I would have some wings maybe as a side. Oh, yes, some chicken wings. Yeah, buffalo wings, definitely. What else could I have? I don't like blue cheese. Maybe for appetizer, could I have some cheese on crackers? Some like
To deal with the technical issue, and so we're going to hold the jury for another hopefully 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll recommence. Thank you. All right.
Yay. Ooh, nachos, yes. Nachos would be a great idea. So yes, they have technical issues. Yay, that's great. That's awesome. That's exactly what we want. So an extra 10-minute break. I think Zizzy is making us all hungry, and we all want food. So shall we go in? We know exactly where to go. Shall we go to the Gaslight pub in Rochester? Well, for me, I would call a pub, but it's not a pub. But just because I'm in England, I call everything a pub. But it's a restaurant, bar and grill. So we'll definitely can go there for lunch. And apparently there were some tech issues. So I think the court wants to show some video and some maybe and tavern. Yes, sorry, that's another word, tavern. So I think they're gonna having some technical issues. So we are just have another extra 10 minutes to talk. I mean, I was gonna say, well, we had 2 witnesses so far. Both they are related to them. I was saying that Kyle will be the best person to tell about the event, and is gonna be the one. Hopefully, they will show the video again, and we can see it at the better angle. I mean, if they wouldn't have shown the whole video, we could go back now and see exactly what happened. But they didn't. They did show earlier, but the angle was not good either. So, well, we could always try to go, but I don't think it's gonna work out very well. I mean, meanwhile, we can just talk about the weather. No, I don't know. It's so far. I don't think I have much doubt anymore in terms that if it was self-defense or not. But again, we have only listened to 2 witnesses, and there are 2 witnesses that were involved in this case. Yeah. Okay, well, I will try to leave my stabby pokey device at home, Zizzy, but I might be a little bit late for lunch because time differences and traveling issues. Unless I can transport myself, that would be awesome. If that would be, I could just be in a courtroom or be with you guys and like, hello. No, I'm joking. Oh my days. I need to stop being such a weirdo. Hang on, I think Garden Bot needs something. 1 second, guys. Sorry, my. Sorry about that. So always yes. The thing is, I don't know. I don't like. I'm gonna probably be controversial right now, and I am apologizing if I am. I don't like blue cheese. Garden Bot really likes blue cheese as well. There's this wings place they called Wingstop in UK. that is very, very good, that has amazing chicken, and I talk about it too much, probably as much as I talk of Costco. uh Hey, it's been a couple streams that I haven't mentioned Costco, so I'm getting better. uh but there's this Wingstop, that you can have blue cheese with the chicken, and literally Gardenbot can eat the whole pot of the blue cheese by itself if he could, but he has the chicken. But it's very, very good. But talking in terms of relations of the trial, I, knowing that we only heard still the prosecution version and the two witnesses that we had so far, I am on the guilty side right now, but I don't know if I'm gonna be moving or not. It's not like a concrete piece of me being on the guilty side. Um, it doesn't look good for Jason. No, it does not. But it's just, I don't know. Like, I want to listen a little bit more of their prior relationship, because Angela did say that she didn't had any relationship or never talked to Jason, but Kyle must have. Sorry. Kyle must have, because if he thought that it would be a good idea of getting out of his house to go talk to his neighbor in terms of the plowing situation, he probably would talk to him prior. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that they were like friends, or were just neighbor cordial people prior to this? Let me know what you think. It's just interesting to know that, and what led Kyle as well to go out, because yes, we know that he said he didn't want any snow on his side, but he could have just seen that from the window and be safe. Oh no. I was like, maybe there was then some. I know there was some issues prior, between them two. But it was also over snow, because it just seems too traumatic, too much drama, and almost unalive someone, almost red rum someone over snow. Like, whatever happened before, do you guys think that the daughters were friends and then they had a fallout, and then the dads were mad about that? Otherwise they would have asked maybe that to maybe the defense is gonna go, and maybe that riled up Jason, got Jason in a protective mode, and that's what it did, because it seems too dramatic to almost red rum someone because of snow, because of that he didn't want snow in his driveway. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's just too much. I don't know what the feed is doing at the moment, so let me just take it off for a minute there. And it is muted right now because I think they're gonna play some music. I don't know what they're doing, so you get me. So, oh,
Police investigators. One of them was that after he was initially shot, that he continued to yell at the defendant in an aggressive manner. Not only did he not go drop to the ground, but he continued to yell. The nature of the injury and the capacity of the victim to actually speak in clear terms is likewise depicted both physically and by audio in this particular image. In other words, he's able to kind of articulate through grunts that he's shot in the face, but these are hardly associated with, I think, the aggressive screams that were depicted or claimed by the defendant in his interview. So for those three reasons, notwithstanding the graphic nature of these images, it's the state's position that they're highly relevant and more so than prejudicial.
First of all, thank you very much. We are prejudicial. We do that. I'll stick with the bodily injury back. This morning, I was shown a series of photographs by the state. I agree with the young people put it in to help show Kyle that I'll put him up. Every the issue of the gravity of the injuries is not a dispute at all. The body cam, and you're going to have to watch it, you'll make it on, of course, but the body cam is unbelievably prejudicial. And the situation can be adequately explained by the witness himself when he takes the stand. In other words, what that body cam will do, okay, is nothing more, in essence, it's nothing more than a consistent prior statement for what he already was able to testify to. It's not admissible. We're not even going to question it. Right? What he's going to say is that he responded, he went through a number of emergency medical procedures, and he eventually handed Kyle off to the EMT. That's it in a nutshell. And he can describe all the injuries he wants, but watching an individual writhing around on the ground, and watching bloody details of ripping off his clothing, it's nothing more than just kind of prejudicial. It's outrageously prejudicial. Frankly, it's irrelevant at this point in time. We agreed that he had serious bodily injury. We agreed on opening that it was a miracle, that it was extraordinary medical procedures. We went through the whole thing. Okay? I agreed to all the injuries. I agree that they were caused by bullet wounds. I agree he was in dire straits. I agree that he had to go to the hospital. And I agree he had to be treated at the scene. I agree he had to be treated at 3 different hospitals. I mean, it's just, frankly, overdone. And when you see it, you'll know what I'm talking about.
And I'll again reiterate, the defense starts out with it's prejudicial. It's got to be unfairly so, and there has to then be this additional balancing with probative aspects of this evidence as well. It may be prejudicial in the sense that it advances the state's case, but it is not unduly prejudicial. And to the extent that, again, that the defense characterizes as unfair by its graphic nature, that is the nature of this case. And they've brought certain issues into, heightened scrutiny by making such claims as he could have killed him if he wanted to, as in suggesting that these sort of were, only partway there. And the other one is, hey, he got what he deserved. In other words, you got to weigh out the words that he made, and the defense wants to focus heavily on that, but now start to discount, filter, and really whitewash the consequences, which are what he deserved. Let's see what he deserved. It's depicted here. And then again, I do want to stress the importance of the fact that he really is diminished in terms of his ability to yell in any kind of threatening manner, which is something that the defendant stated during his police interview immediately after these events. And that's from the first shot, which I got to say, again, raises a focused probative value here, a heightened probative value. And I think the court can make appropriate limiting instructions that this is not about passion or other factors, but is only considered for the relevance of contested issues. If the defense wants a limiting instruction, the court can take that avenue. But we have, by the way, filtered this jury, addressed this jury from the get-go about their capacity to see and hear and weigh graphic evidence, and this is what we're talking about.
No, this is not what we were talking about. What we were talking about were the specific injuries. And by the way, each and every one of the contentions that was just made by the prosecution can be made out by those photographs and the actual observations of the medical personnel at the scene. You don't need to see a human being stripped in the snowbank with blood all over the place, all right, and emergency medical techniques being performed. You don't need that in order to buttress the argument that he was in extremely serious physical condition. And by the way, nobody was there at the time when the immediate gunshot took place, and whether or not he was able to articulate at the time. I agree, he couldn't articulate 3 or 4 minutes later. If that's a bonus contention, take it. It doesn't make any difference to me. Okay? It doesn't make any difference to the case. But what I'm saying is that you don't have a 702 expert coming in here who is a detective in a police department or a fire department
saying 4 or 5 minutes ago they wouldn't be able to talk, all right? I mean, that's beyond the scope here. I mean, we're not notified.
They want to draw, doesn't mean that they want to draw themselves, right?
But that's the inference they want to draw. But seeing somebody treated afterwards doesn't maintain that inference. All right? And if you want to backtrack and come to that conclusion, throw a witness on the stand and let's examine the witness.
The issue in terms of prejudice is whether it would inflame leaders' passion or their sympathy, and whether that inflaming the passion or sympathy would override their ability to render their verdict.
That's one. But again, what's the need to show this video? Why do we need to show this video? When I'm giving a full exhibit agreement to each and every wound on his body. I'm not contesting medical synopsis coming in that will indicate the seriousness of the injuries. And
I'm not sure need is the right analysis. I mean, in terms of the safety, the case the way they want to, as long as it's not fairly prejudicial or inflammatory or, right?
Well, there's many. Because is it cumulative? All right. Maybe there's one question. What is it really saying? It's saying, I am a police officer. I have a body cam. Well, he can testify, all right, to what he saw, what he did. If I cross-examine him and question him, I agree, they can put in any snippets they want from his body cam to buttress his credibility or his recollection. But I assure you, I'm probably not even going to cross-examine this witness.
Well, obviously, the first step is I need to see the video. Right? I can't make a decision in the vacuum without having seen it.
Right.
Assess which would be inflammatory or both or sympathy. So unfortunately, I think we're going to take another little break so that I can do the video. So if we can let the jury know some issues come up, we're going to have them hang on for a few more minutes. And then we'll make a decision after that as to whether we're going to get to testimony before lunch. Thank you, but I'll decide that in a minute. So what's the easiest way for me to communicate video?
Your Honor's preference, I have it hooked up to my computer right now. I can bring it up to the bench and you can do it there. I'm more than comfortable with taking the chambers.
Yeah, I'm taking the chambers, I mean, whatever you want.
Would you prefer the flash drive or are you able to play it on your flash drive there?
No, I better take your advice. They get teaching about it.
Your Honor, do you want counsel as well?
You think you'd like that?
I don't need it.
Counsel, do you want to be there while I watch the video? Or do you...
If there's questions, yeah, I mean, I think we should be back with it.
Okay. Well, let's go to the chambers. I mean, we'll watch the video and we'll be back. All right.
All right, so day 2 of this trial, and we have a very great defense attorney. So literally now they're fighting for some video to come in, some body camera that obviously doesn't depict the situation very good for the defendant. Obviously the defense doesn't want that in, and he's saying that he's concerned that it doesn't portray the victim is faking his concern, that it doesn't portray the victim or how the victim was at the time of the pew pew incident. And because no one can say that between the time the police got there and the time that between the time that he was pew-pewed and the time that the police got there, which was only a couple minutes, that he could talk. So it's impossible that the way where he was pew-pewed at, it's impossible he would talk any minutes between the event and the police get there. It was very lucky to be alive that did not hit the carotid, but because I think by my understanding, was that the prosecution wants to bring an expert to talk exactly about this, and then I think they're gonna show the body camera there of, or maybe the police officer are gonna describe what exactly happened, and then show the body camera, because on the rule 702 in New Hampshire is testimony by expert witnesses, and it says that a witness who is qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education may testify in the form of an opinion, or otherwise if an expert scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will help the tier of fact to understand the evidence or to determine a fact in issue. And I think this is what the defense is trying not to get into, because obviously it will look very bad for his client. And then there goes the defense claim, the self-defense claim that Jason is making, that he did this in self-defense. So because then he said, oh, if my client wanted to rummed him, he would have. Sir, you don't say that. Not like in front of, like, the judge cannot use that. True, the jury was not there, but still, you don't they say that. Come on. So now the judge is gonna go back. He's gonna look into the video in question, and then decide if it's gonna come in or not. And then he said that maybe after that he deciding that or not, they might bring the jury in, and then say the jury to go on a lunch, and then we start at 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. So literally, we only started at 10 o'clock in the morning, right? We started this trial about an hour ago. An hour ago we started the court day. And they have had a witness, the mom of Kendra, the wife of the victim in the case, and she was not a long witness. She was a rather short witness for to be in this case. But yet they are wasting more time. We don't already have much time in this trial. The girlfriend, sorry, she's the long-time girlfriend. She's not the wife. Thank you. Sorry, apologies for that. It's a long-time girlfriend. But we already don't have enough time in this courtroom day, because they only go from 10 to 4, so that's 6 hours, 5 hours if you take the lunch break. If you do 10 minutes on each breaks, that's 20 minutes. We only have testimony for 5 hours and 40 minutes. If we carry on having extra breaks and everything, this trial might end up being longer than we are expecting because of all these dang breaks. And I agree with Sissy, this should have probably been done before trial started, because they had discovery for a very long time. They had time to do a motion in limine about this situation and come to the court. The judge decided yes or no, or if you open the door, it might come in, but if you don't open the door, it won't come in. But no, they have to wait until the possible last second to object and to create more waste of time. I don't like when defense attorneys do this. It's absolutely, I don't like it. I'm sorry, because it's just making the jury wasting time, judge wasting time, the court wasting time, and Jason gets to spend less time in jail. So, because yes, he's been in since this accident happened, since basically he was arrested for this whole ordeal situation. So it's just crazy that this is happening. I don't understand why judges don't control this a little bit better. And why do defense attorneys have to wait until the last possible second? Because this is not the first one. I mean, in the last trial that we literally just finished, the Stacey Rodriguez, they were doing exactly the same thing. They had more breaks than actually trial. I think if we go back and watch the whole trial, we probably could do the 10 days of the trial in probably a day or two, because of all the breaks that they had and sidebars and everything. So I think it's a common defense attorney thing, don't you think? Because all over this, like, we cover several states in here. We've been in Colorado, Florida, Georgia. We go all over the country, and every single defense attorney, almost so far, is exactly the same thing. They literally um wastes the court's time and just prolongs things a little bit more. But actually, I wanted to start maybe asking you guys, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that the Mr. Jason is gonna testify or not, or does even though it's a self-defense, it's not 100%, I think, mandatory that you have to testify, even though it should be. Or at maybe some states it is. 1 second. I was already overdue for one 1 second again. Sorry, guys. It's all right. Sorry about that, guys. Um, I I get it, but the mind loses. I think we were hoping with the Stacy trial that she would lose like her cool. And sorry about the noise, by the way. That was a garden bot making noise. Uh, um, but I think this one might, because I think he might have anger issues. Yeah, I think he's gonna be arrogant enough to do that. 1 second, sorry. Sorry. But I think he's gonna be arrogant enough, yes, to definitely do that, because he seems that kind of person that he has to have the last word, and if it is the last word that he doesn't like, it's gonna Oh no, please no. Zizzy, no. I will check out myself if it is Robert Taylor's time. No. If no, I'm joking, no, I can't do that again. Oh my days, Robert Taylor's, no. Please no. I don't want to. Do we have to? Because even Sarah Boone was better than Robert Taylor's in a stand, even though she was the Lulu too. Absolutely, yeah, no, no, please, no, I don't want to. But I don't think it's gonna take that long because it's not. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be that long, but the cross will be good. A cross is always good, and in the previous trial that we were definitely did not disappoint in a cross. That is for sure. I absolutely loved that cross. So I don't know. I think he something tells me that he isn't, and that's gonna be probably is this the mice. um so yeah, I don't know, it's rather interesting. I just uh, it's too soon, I think, for me to be able to maybe saying, oh no, um sorry, 1 second. Oh no, no wings. Oh, Zizzy, that is so sad. No. Oh. So we're gonna have to choose again for lunch. Another thing for lunch. So apparently, there's no. Zizzy's not having hang on. I'm just uploading the picture. 1 second. Whenever my internet comes on. I'm using data because I don't like using Wi-Fi when I'm on stream, just to use almost all the bandwidth for the stream. So it's taking a. Oh, that looks way too healthy, Zizzy, for me. But looks good. Look, it looks very good. I'm gonna put probably my camera a little bit bigger. so you guys can see. It looks very good. You know what? There was a point. Is it tuna? Because I can see cucumbers and spring onions. I see that. I don't know. Is that the cucumber thing? It looks very, very nice indeed. Too healthy. Oh, it's cottage cheese. Sorry. That looks good. But too healthy for me. I need some meat in there. No, I'm joking. Oh, celery. Sorry. Celery is set to delicious with the spring onions. Oh, donut. Paula, I had pancakes for breakfast. Garden bought make pancakes, and well, he just came home from work and he made some food. But I think I'm gonna be hungry when they go to lunch, so I might make myself something else. And not eat popcorn for lunch. I know, donuts. The thing is, of working in a bakery, more often than not, there are spare donuts. And more often than not, I eat them, those spare donuts. 1 second, just give me. I need to ask something to Garden Bot. Yes, spare donuts. Paula, I don't make them spare donuts on purpose. I promise. It's the yes the pork. Oh, they're already. Yes, he's coming back now, so he's considering the motion. Here we go. Hopefully, he will have a decision right now. Oh, hang on. My headphone today is not cooperating.
All right, the court, the court at this point has had the opportunity to view the video. I would like some additional time to consider the issues and before I make my final decision. Given the timing, it's now 11:42. I think it makes sense to take a lunch break now and tell the jury we're going to break for lunch. We're going to come back here at 1 and 1:15, and we'll resume at that point. I'll give you my ruling at that point.
Can we do 1 o'clock?
All right, we can do 1 o'clock. That's fine. We'll give them a little bit longer lunch break. So if you have the jury control, we're going to start back up at 1 o'clock with my apologies, and we will do that.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, brief clarifying question. We discussed in chambers a cutoff point in the video where there's some extraneous footage that I think both parties agree is particularly necessary in this case. Is there an assumption that that video would be then edited down?
Well, let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's figure out.
I only ask because it'll take a few minutes to make those edits on my end, so I
think that can be. I think you can assume that I'm going to, if I were going to allow it, it would be shorter than what.
Okay. That was essentially my question. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. All right.
So, for those that did not hear, because the audio person hasn't adjusted the audio on time, the judge basically said that he doesn't like to take too long on deciding things, so he's gonna take lunch break now and until 1 p.m. Eastern, and then come back with the decision and come back with the jurors, so they don't make everyone wait so much time. So yes, so we are now on lunch break. Oh, we literally had 5 minutes of testimony. Literally 5 minutes testimony. What absolutely heck? I know I absolutely agrees. Is like, oh my days, this is. I just can't believe this. It's and now they're playing music in my ears. So oh my days, guys. This is absolutely infuriating. There is nothing more infuriating than a courtroom. And then I know things happen. I know there are things that are beyond the prosecution and beyond anyone's hand, but this is not one of them. Zizzy, we can count the time the breaks, but this court actually has been pretty good, and I, I just don't. Oh, this court. I thought we were gonna be good. I thought that this court was gonna be an awesome court. That we were gonna be on time. Oh, there's still some words. Is there a hot mic? Hang on. No, I thought that it was a hot mic. I can't hear anything because I took the headphones out because they also play music, and I have muted because I don't want to copyright strike or anything because of the music that they are playing, because I don't know what they are playing or anything. But it's just interesting that we have wasted a morning already. So yeah, yesterday was not really a waste, was because we had a field trip yesterday. That's why it was so broken off, and we didn't probably get through a lot of testimony that they wanted to. But they need to get going. I don't think this is gonna be supposed to be that long of a trial that needs more than a week on. Agreed with like the in terms of the time that the Stacey Rodriguez took, because there was a lot of moving parts, and there was a lot of charges because of the arson, the burglary. There was a lot of stuff that happened, but this one is a straight in trial. But it's just weird how sometimes attorneys are unprepared. And now we have an hour and 10 minutes of lunchtime, and it's early. It's 10 to 12. It's just so early. I want to say an F-bomb, but I can't. Let me just find the thing, the banner saying that we're gonna be back at 1 p.m. Eastern. Just editing because they keep changing times. I mean, the consistency of the time that they go back at 1 p.m., it's always normal. It's always there. But it's just not. I don't know what to say, because there was not a lot of testimony today. So, like, Willow, if you're doing the recap of this trial, it might be a very easy day to recap, because, well, there's not much to recap yet so far in this trial, because of the issue we only had one witness. Oh, nice. Send me the link. We might do then a recap. Is it up on X? Otherwise, I'll just pull it up that. Cause if you have that ready, we can go through that and absolutely see that. Absolutely. Let me go to your. Let me see if I can, because if it is up, we'll definitely send me on Discord or something, and then we can do a recap of day one, and then talk a bit about this. Thank you. Just 1 second. I'm just getting it up and sending to my laptop. Thank you, Willow. Got it. There you go. Now I want to put this here because I need to be able to see it too if I'm reading, because obviously I think this is good. So now, like, while they are on break time, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a little bit of a recap of day one, and done by our mod and great friend Willow, Most True Crime. Please check her out at cinestories.com. I'll post the link for this article on chat. But she does a lot of recaps and a lot of great stuff, so take a moment to check it out as well. But I will share now the one that she did, and let me put it back to there. There you go. So she is doing one from New Hampshire against Jason Levesque. I think it's Levesque, that how you say it, not Levesque, like I've been saying. So I've been saying wrong. My apologies. So it starts. This is basically a recap from the beginning of the trial. So New Hampshire man accused of pew-pewing neighbor Kyle Violette 6 times in a dispute over snow plowing during a very big snowstorm. A big a very big snowstorm. Trial with the Honorable Judge, oh my days, names, Liver Noir, began on March 12, 2025 in Stratford County. The victim thankfully survived, but is definitely not thriving, having lost a family jewel with remaining particles of the pew pew incident inside of the body, and being confined to a wheelchair in constant pain. Both of their daughters witnessed the incident. He is charged with attempted second degree of redrum, second degree assault, reckless conduct. To start it, then this is his mugshot and the photo during the trial. To start the day, the whole court, including jury, takes a field trip to the crime scene, some street in Rochester, New Hampshire, specifically number 43, the victim's residence, and 41, the accused residence. After said field trip, the charges are read aloud before the court breaks for lunch, and I can't read today. Before the court breaks for lunch. After lunch, the state starts their opening statements with Jason Levesque is guilty. He describes that the victim was walking away from the defendant before being pew-pewed at. After the first, through the victim's neck, it dropped to the ground and no longer posed a threat. And that's what there's the body camera video that hopefully we're gonna watch later today, that we're gonna watch. We're not gonna watch the one, but maybe just the body there. So, but the defendant proceeded to pew-pewed him 5 more times. The state calls it retribution for angry words, not self-defense. The two parties of this event has only been neighbors for 18 months. He points out that the police department is just around the corner from the scene of the incident, which ultimately saved the victim's life. He introduced some of the people that saved his life and what they will testify to, followed by explaining the victim's injuries and his arduous and continuous medical journeys. He asks the jury to consider the law, the evidence, and their common sense and to find the defendant guilty. After a short break, the defense gives their opening statements, and I'm telling you beforehand, prepare to be angry. Well, this is both mine and Willow's words because it was a very angry statement, but very good words. Love it, Willow. It starts out strong immediately, calling the victim Kyle full of rage, hate, and spewing venom, loudly exclaim, "I will tell you what happened," making it seem like he and only he has the one and only true story of what happened. He goes into explaining the difference between self-defense and deadly force, which he follows with, "Kyle got what he deserved." Oh, I was mad at this sentence. And now Kyle, shouldn't have expected deadly force, and he's a raging maniac who gave death and living threats. He states 1, 6, or 20 remaining of pew-pew incidents devices would have been justified for self-defense in this case, even though the victim was incapacitated by a round through the neck, ripping his artery and throat apart by the first pew-pew. The statements of this were that Kyle was out of his mind, beyond stupid, and unpredictable. He questions he questions the prosecution ability to exclude the self-defense claim beyond reasonable doubt, all while constantly pointing his fingers in the jury's direction. If Jason, that's the defendant, wanted to unalive him, he could have. Mind you, the victim only survived due to the incredible fast response of law enforcement and rescued personnel. Otherwise, he would have been defending him in a full-on unaliving trial, not just an air quote of an attempt. He points out how his clients never attempted to escape and how is and was still in shock. Although he had gotten back into the car his daughter was in, asked her to drive away and not call 911, which you should do if you're claiming self-defense. Just as a note, because if you are claiming self-defense and you don't seem too concerned about the victim that you just accidentally almost tried to unalive, that looks very bad on you. Just saying. Just a note. His clients also supposedly cooperated 100% and didn't evade the police, but also that no grand investigation was going on and how his client was scared and in danger. Yeah, but you still did not call 911. The bringing video evidence into all, he claims if one of the videos, in particular audio, that it would prove the defense case of self-defense. He calls the medical procedures the victim endured as magical, and let's be honest there, because again, otherwise it would have been charged with the successful unaliving. He again calls for them to see the victim as not trustworthy, and that what happened was the only just result, and in fact self-defense. After another short break, we hear from the state's witness number one, Kindra Violette, the victim's daughter, and an eyewitness to the unaliving. They start by having her explain a little about her educational and family background, and it's clear her very timid and shy demeanor is, for once, actually genuine. When prompted, she paints a visual picture of their home, 43 Summer Street in Rochester, New Hampshire, and who resided and were inside the residence. When she gets to talking about the night of the Pew Pew incident, she becomes visually distressed when recalling. Oh, sorry, 1 second. I had a pop up from on the computer. 1 second. I just need to dismiss. Where was I? She becomes visually distressed when recalling the moment she looked out their big front window, seeing her dad outside. He went to talk to their neighbor, the defendant, Jason, about snow plowing before seeing a pew pew being raised and yelling for her mom, "He has a pew pew." Before she can even reach the driveway, pew pew sounds ring out, while her mother then stayed outside with her father and called 911 while she herself ran back inside to grab towels to help to perfuse the bleeding before also dialing 911 herself. So they had time to call 911 while they were still trying to save the father slash dad, and yet Mr. Jason said he did not have time to call. I think 911 handles more than one phone call, sir. It carry on. When shown security footage of said shooting with sound it played, she is tasked with explaining who is where and what they did. The audience is only able to view maybe 25% of the screen they are showing to the courtroom, so we have to rely on the audio more than anything else. Once the video once the first pew pew, followed by a couple of seconds, and then 5 more shots are ringed out. She begins to crying again, which is entirely understandable, and she was very brave to do so. And to be so calm and so collected during that testimony. In the defense's cross, they ask her to confirm the connection of the two parties involved, and they established that the only connection was having been neighbors for the past 18 months. It proceeds to basically ask the exactly same questions she was asked by the prosecution, fishing for inconsistencies. The defense then proceeds to also show her that same video again asking who did what, where, and when, but thankfully sparing her from having to hear and see the pew-pewing incident part of the footage again. He ends his cross by calling her brave, in quotes, and thanking her for her testimony. Very condescending. Did not like it when he did that. So the state recrosses and asks clarifying questions about who was tasked with snow plowing their driveway and street, which she states that a family friend was tasked with it, but ran late leaving work. Said family friend showed up on the night of the incident, ready to plow around 10 minutes after the pew-pewing incident had taken place. State Witnesses number 2 is announced as Violette, but I think her name is Lanchette, something like that, assumed to be on a victim's wife, which is girlfriend. But then the court day is over, and we will resume the day 2 on March 13th, 2025, which is today. So that is the article done by our dear friend Willow, which is amazing. I absolutely love it. I need to bookmark this because I am definitely getting back to this. It is absolutely fantastic. I agree. Please check her out. The link is in the chat. Please check her out as well. Check her X account because it's very very good. She keeps it up to date and like latest news on trials and everything. Chance, thank you. Yeah. Oh no, it's okay. We did not see anything, Willow. It's absolutely awesome. Well done, my friend. You did a very very good job there. Really good. She does very other trials as well. Coverage and recaps of the day, so definitely check her out. So what we're gonna do, since we've not wasted a bit of time, but we spoke about a little bit about the recap of yesterday, and then we are looking ahead of this afternoon. Hopefully we're gonna see more testimony. Hopefully there is gonna be more excitement than just breaks all the time, because I am running out of things to talk. I need to go in looking into my book of conversations to see what am I gonna say next, because otherwise we are in a very dangerous territory. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna take lunch break right now. I am gonna try to find something to eat because we don't have much food because Gardenbot has gone out for shopping. Well, he's gone out for work, and then after work he's gonna do some shopping. So yeah, I'm gonna maybe eat some more popcorn for lunch. But anyway, I'll see you guys very very soon. I'm gonna put a placeholder on here. The stream is gonna be the same, but I'll see you in about 50 minutes or so, just before court starts. So if anything happens. But enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you guys very soon. Bye, everybody.
She's a Portugal soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning dough to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth. Our true crime addict revealing in the truth.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome back in. I'm just trying to take the thingy off. There we go. Hello, welcome back. We are ready for the afternoon session of this trial. Hopefully, they will come back on time, and we actually will have some testimony. Well, more testimony. We had one witness so far today, and hopefully, we'll get some more. So, I just woke up. I had some food. I think what we had we cannot call food. I think what I had was more I literally had biscuits for lunch because we have no food. I did not defrost anything because I was supposed to cook, but Garden Bot is working until later, so I don't have anyone to take over the stream, and so did not have time to proper make dinner. So I think we're gonna do something after court, and then go from there in terms of food and what they have. So now I just had to scrap what we have, because also we don't have much at home. So Garden Bot is making some shopping this afternoon as well, which is good because we desperately need some food, because I think we're going to guess where are we going? We're going to Costco next week. So as well, we have that coming. So I had some like mini biscuits things that we have over here as a snack. But I think it is higher odd, like I don't know, but I just got in my chair. I am comfortable. I am warmish. And I just fell asleep. I was watching a show, watching this show, rewatching actually. I've watched it already, but I'm watching for a second time. And the episode finished Sorry. And I fell asleep. Oh, it was such a good nap. Absolutely perfect. It definitely gave me the strength for this afternoon now to listen to the court, to listen to more evidence against Jason, hopefully hear more evidence against Jason, because after the debacle this morning, I mean, I honestly hope that they actually do something. It's about 5 minutes to 1 o'clock, so they have a little bit to come back and to actually be on time. They've been on break for already an hour. They had an hour and 15 minutes on break already, which is crazy. So expecting that this afternoon. Hopefully, we can get the video that they were discussing earlier as well. Will be admitted in. I think it should, because the prosecution was saying that they can even exclude the parts that doesn't, it's not that doesn't look, but they don't need to see it, the parts where you can see his throat and everything. I am gonna have the overlay ready just in case they don't do that. I mean, I don't know. I don't think even the cameraman will show, because normally they don't show those kinds of pictures unless it is a very inexperienced camera person and absolutely shows everything, including the jury. Oh, actually, we forgot. I needed to research actually the what happened with the cameraman from the Megan Boswell trial, because it was supposed to have a court hearing. Oh, he was taken into custody, but it's like what actually happened into that. Oh no, was she sentenced already? The Tracy Nix. I saw a video by Kathy this morning talking about that Tracy Nix, but I haven't been able to watch. Probably should have done that during break and not actually slept. um, but I need to see if there's any news on that front, because I think he had a hearing just now. Oh, his sentencing is April 3rd. Oh, okay. All right. I'll keep that one is absolutely nerve-wracking. How can she not So, for those who don't want, Tracy Nix is a grandma in Florida that so she is accused, or was accused, of unaliving a second grandbaby, because the first one, ooh, awesome. Actually, let me put that up then. So very quickly, while court is still not started, I have the feed up. Hang on, let me go to there. Can I blog Megan Boswell, sorry, Tracy Nix. There you go, found it. So it's the hot car unaliving of a 7-month-old Uriel shock. The jury does not know this is the second child to be unalived in her care in just 1 year. So she 18 the first was the 16-month-old brother of this little girl that apparently during that she was taken care of walked away and sadly was he died, he passed away. I think it was in a lake that he drowned, but then 16 months a year after, the grandmother was babysitting the 7-month-old and again forgot about the baby in the car. I wanted to cover this trial, but I think we were with the Megan Boswell and we didn't get the chance because this trial was very quickly. She was charged with aggravated manslaughter and lesser charges of leaving a minor inside of a hot car over 15 minutes. She faces up to 30 years in prison if convicted in the death of the 7-month-old Yuri. So Um, yeah, to nap, and kiddo wandered off into the lake. Yeah, she's absolutely. I mean, I would not trust her after after the first one's incident. I would not trust her with my kid. So again, go to Willow's blog. The link is still in the description. Absolutely check it out, because she has the resume of the case. It was only a 3-day case, I think. It was not a very long case. But I'm gonna scroll down to probably the end. So she was found not guilty of aggravated manslaughter and guilty on the lesser charge of leaving a minor inside of a car for over 15 minutes, possible 5 to 8 year prison sentence. So, sentencing is scheduled for April 3rd, 2025, and the defendant is remanded in custody into sentencing. So, I, I, I absolutely agree, and I agree. Paula! Thank you! Oh my days, girl! Oh. Hey, garden pot! That is amazing! Hey, you hit Britta as well! Awesome! Oh, thank you, Paula! Oh, Paula, you were... Oh, thank you. You hit... Oh, awesome! You hit Britta, Bacon Bust, Garden Bot, Period Point Blank, and Chastity. Oh, that is amazing. Thank you. Garden Bot is gonna be very happy to know that. Thank you. So nice. Thank you. Oh, I can't wait for him to get back and to see that he got hit again. Thank you, girlfriend. Thank you very much. You guys are amazing. Absolutely incredible, everything. And hey, we also if it still stands, we also hit 800 subscribers. Yay! Yeah, Gardenbot is a member now. Yeah, and we also hit 800 subscribers earlier today, so yay! So we are steadily growing. Thank you very much for everyone, every single one of you, for the support to the channel. Yes, yoo-hoo! So it's amazing. Thank you, Paula. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Your guys' support is just incredible and amazes me every single day that you all show up and want to spend your time with me. A girl from the UK just chatting about nothing and everything at the same time. I really appreciate that. But talking with the trial of Tracy Nix. Sorry, don't worry. The I know it's 1 o'clock, but the feed is not up yet. I'll leave it there, just in case you guys are wondering. I am not distracted talking again, but I like at the end of the blog post from Willow says that I, as a mother, I thought though I have questions. I have questions as well, and I think we both have similar questions. Like, why did the mom have leave another child in her care? That was my first question when I first found out about this case. Oh, we are almost back. We still don't have sound. We have the music still. Why did the mom never check in during the hours that she was gone? That could be a thing, but maybe she trusted the mom somehow, that she did not need to. She thought she did not need to check in. Yeah. Well, it's like I as a mom, I would not trust absolutely my kid with her, even after the first instance, not just the last one. Sorry, there's sound now.
Think about the matter more. In deciding whether the video can come in, as you're all aware, the issue is whether the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. The court in this matter is guided by the Supreme Court's analysis in State v. Seymour, 140 New Hampshire 736, which is the leading case on this issue. That case involved the introduction of crime scene video and autopsy photos involving two victims in double homicide case. And in Seymour, the court noted that one of the central issues in that case was whether the defendant had the requisite intent to commit murder in that case. The court finds that the same issue is very much at play in this case. One of the issues is whether the defendant had the requisite intent. This is an attempted murder case, so actually the state has to prove the actual site location where the alleged victim was laying at the time of this incident. It shows the condition of the driveway as well. And so, while the video is disturbing, the court also finds that it's not excessively graphic. It does show some blood. It shows the alleged victim writhing in pain. But it's not shocking in the context, I think, of the other testimony and other images of the video that the jury can see in this case. So overall, based upon that, the court finds that the risk of unfair prejudice by inflaming the jury's passions or sympathy does not substantially outweigh the probative value, and for all those reasons limited to allow the video in. With the caveat, as we discussed off the record in chambers, that I don't think anything on that video is relevant beyond the point when the alleged victim is loaded onto the litter, whatever the thing is called, so I would ask that no more of it is shown beyond that.
I can assure the court that the video has since been shortened to reflect the point for which the victim is put on the gurney to go into the ambulance. The last thing you see is the officer taking off his gloves.
Very good. I would ask the defense whether they would like the court to give any sort of limited instruction.
Okay.
Or actually, if you want to make a record, clearly this is your opportunity to make whatever record you'd like to make now.
No, and I do appreciate it. I think I've already enunciated that the objections based on Rule 401, 403, cumulative nature of the material, the anticipated introduction of exhibits that are agreed to that would display all of the rules in question, and the fact that there's medical evidence that could be utilized to discuss and discern whether or not the individual could speak of the injury that was sustained, and that there is no need, there's no necessity for that particular material to be placed before the jury. I also want to put in the record that, of course, there should be some type of instruction to the jury prior to this being viewed. However, I also have to also state the caveat that I don't believe any instruction, although I haven't heard of instruction. I certainly can't propose or imagine an instruction that will somehow quell the prejudicial effect of this type of material. I am aware of the Seymour case, and I have to say that I believe that this is extremely prejudicial. It's much more graphic and played before the jury. So I do take issue with it, Judge. You make a ruling. I would like to hear what the court proposes with regard to instruction.
All right. You don't have any suggestion on that?
I don't think there can be.
Okay. I think at the very least, I should warn the jury that they're going to be showing video, that it is somewhat graphic. I think at least I should explain to the jury that one of the things the court is going to instruct them is to decide this case based on the evidence and not any sympathy or bias, and that the purpose of this video is not to incite any sympathy one way or the other, but it is simply to provide relevant evidence related to the defendant's intent and the level of force that was used. But I welcome your thoughts, and I think that's not an appropriate instruction.
Yeah, I don't think that's an appropriate instruction, especially since you're focusing the jury's attention on particular areas that they should reflect on with regard to the content.
Okay. Then,
My recommendation, Your Honor, is to refer to what I assume will be included in the final instructions, which is that you are not to reach your verdict based on passions, bias, and the standard verbiage in that instruction, and to remind them about that now, and to indicate that they will be seeing essentially graphic images of the injuries and the first responder treatment in this case. I just want to, for the record, indicate the state's position on the cumulative nature. We've referred to photographs taken at the hospital, which is a controlled hospital medical setting. That this imagery here is particularly relevant given its nexus in both time and location to the scene. I think the court has alluded to some of those factors, but I would apply those specifically to the argument about cumulative evidence in this respect. In other respects, Your Honor, I'll defer to the court concerning an instruction.
All right, well, I think that's a good point you've made, and I hear defense counsel your position about not drawing your attention to any particular conclusion or analysis, so I think I will limit my instruction to simply remind them when they tell the end of this case that they're deciding this case not based on passion or sympathy, and then all the things you did.
I just want to state for the record that all of the things that were noted by the prosecution with regard to the scene and the location can all be addressed with alternative displays. That is a video. Each moment of that can be isolated as an isolated image. It doesn't have to come in as a video. It comes as still photography. It can come in as single images, and it will speak to all of those things that were concerned with the prosecution.
Well, I understand. I will point out there was a video used in the Seymour case. I think the same argument could have been made in Seymour. It could have used still footage from that case as well. But thank you. All right, so I guess my question to the parties is at what point do you think I should give that instruction? Do you want me to give that? Does it make sense to give it before you call a witness, or should I wait until you get to that point in your examination?
My recommendation, Your Honor, is to provide the instructions as we're setting it up, and I'll otherwise defer to the court.
Okay. I know you don't agree with the instruction at all, but assuming that you have an objection to doing at that point in the proceeding.
As far as the timing, I don't have a problem. As far as the instruction, be clear.
Understood. I get that. All right. Very good. Then let's bring in the jury.
Your Honor, if I could just return the flash drive to
Please.
Please rise. Jury entrance. Please be seated.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming back promptly after lunch. I apologize for what ended up being a much longer break than we'd anticipated. Some legal issues came up that had to be decided, and that's sometimes one of the things that happens in these trials. That's blame the court, if anyone, for the delay because it's the court's fault. So with that, state call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Spencer Williams Hurley. Williams Hurley is a hyphenated last name.
Thank you.
Sir, I think you know the witness stand is strictly having you watch the judge. And if you could remain standing and face the judge for your oath, please.
Right hand, please.
Raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear any testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? You may be seated. Counsel, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, my name is Lieutenant Spencer Williams Hurley. My last name is spelled Williams Hurley.
Thank you. You've given us many hints and suggestions, but I'll nevertheless ask for the record. What do you do for work?
I'm a police officer.
And where are you currently?
Currently, I'm a patrol lieutenant with the Rochester Police Department.
And I'd like to ask you to give just a brief overview, if you will, a summary of your professional training and experience.
Strictly regarding law enforcement?
Correct.
Okay. So in 2014, I got hired by the Rochester Police Department, went to the police academy, which is about 4 months long. During that time, I also ended up going to SWAT 1 and 2. I'm a SWAT team leader. And then along with that, I've gone to several medical courses.
Pains and penalties of perjury. You may be seated. fire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, my name is Lieutenant Spencer Williams Hurley. My last name is spelled Williams -Hurley.
Thank you. You've given us many hints and suggestions, but I'll nevertheless ask for the record. What do you do for work?
I'm a police officer.
And where are you currently?
Currently, I'm a patrol lieutenant with the Rochester Police Department.
And I'd like to ask you to give just a brief overview, if you will, a summary of your professional training and experience.
Strictly regarding law enforcement?
Correct.
Okay. So in 2014, I got hired by the Rochester Police Department, went to the police academy, which is about 4 months long. During that time, I also ended up going to SWAT 1 and 2. I'm a SWAT team leader. And then along with that, I've gone to several medical courses regarding emergency trauma.
And can you describe your progression through rank? You just referred, I think, to yourself as a lieutenant, which is a different change in rank even from the April 4th of last year.
Yep. So initially when I got hired on, I was a patrolman handling all sorts of various calls, whatever those may be, from stabbing, shootings, assaults, domestic violence, and the normal things that you're familiar with. As a patrol sergeant, you get set in charge of whatever's happening on your shift. Right? So you're the ultimate catch for liability, legality, policy violations, things along those lines, and you're kind of, for lack of a better way to say it, the parent of the shift. Right? I think most decisions will come through me. As a lieutenant, it's even more so. There's much more of a legal aspect to it, as opposed to I'm no longer stopping cars. That makes sense.
Just briefly revisit that. So how long were you stopping cars as the patrol?
So I did that for about 6 years. I was a sergeant for about a year and a half, and then I became a lieutenant.
And to be clear, my understanding is patrol is a little bit more than just stopping cars. Did you respond to serious offenses over that period?
I've been through everything from attempted homicides, robberies, domestic violence cases, child abuse, child pornography, the litany of good and bad aspects of law enforcement.
All right. And not to get too far in the weeds and to frankly move on soon, you had mentioned to the jury that you had gone to the academy before you were hired. Can you just briefly summarize what that means in New Hampshire when an officer goes to the academy?
Yep. So at the time I went through the academy, again, it was 16 weeks. It was a live-in academy. Monday through Friday, you're there the entire time. Think of a less militaristic boot camp. During that time, we have training at all hours, both physical, academic. We have basic first aid. We have more advanced first aid, as well as the investigation of crimes, crime scene management, crime scene processing, mental health, and basically all aspects of our job. Following that, you have the field training period where you're with a senior officer, and that's kind of when you hone those skills in an on-the-job training kind of environment.
And finally, in addition to kind of the strictly law enforcement training experience, do you have additional training and experience that is integrated with, parallel to, relevant to your work in terms of medical training?
Yeah. So prior to becoming a police officer, I was in the military. I was a Navy corpsman for 6 years. What a Navy corpsman is, it's a medical field for both the Navy and the Marine Corps. During my time, I was attached to a Marine Corps infantry battalion. I did multiple combat tours with that. That part of that training, we have a 16-week hospital corpsman school. That's where we learn our basic functions in the medical field for the military. Following that, there's an additional 8 weeks of assignment to go to the Marine Corps side of things. During that time, it is entirely battlefield trauma, right? So gunshot wounds, stabbings, explosions, tourniquets, chest seals, trying to keep people alive until we can get them to a higher level of care, like a field hospital or an air medevac. From there, I also went to something called Operational Emergency Medical Skills. That's a 2-week course where we have more non-traditional methodologies for keeping people alive. I'm not going to go into the details of some of it, but it is a very advanced, it is very rigorous, and it is a very intense course where we have everything from your line level people that work in a hospital all the way up to high tier special operations that go through this course. It's a real eye opener for a lot of people. And the main focus of that is being able to keep people alive as long as possible, because if we look at the human body as essentially like a plumbing system, right? How do we keep those pipes intact? right? And running as best as we can. With that, I had multiple combat tours to both Fallujah, Ramadi, and places where there was an extreme amount of combat. As a result, seeing a large number of, battlefield type injuries. I've also taught it hundreds of hours. I probably taught tourniquets more frequently than I've made my own dinner in a lot of ways. I've been teaching thousands of people that for, at this point, probably the last 16 to close to 20 years.
Officer, I'd like to turn your attention to April 4th of last year. Were you on duty?
I was.
And did you become involved in this case, which I think you're familiar with as State versus Jason Levesque?
Yes, we were at the station. I was going over some of the information with my sergeants for how that shift had gone prior to that. And then that's when we heard the call come over both the radio and the overhead dispatch.
And briefly describe your response, if you would.
I found with the other sergeants that were with me that night because some of them were in a shadowing period, and we headed directly to that call.
Well, we may see some body cams, so just can you clarify that shadowing period, what are you talking about?
Yep, so similar, remember how I said that after the academy we go through a field training period? So when someone gets promoted from patrolman to sergeant, they'll spend a little bit of time with either a senior sergeant or a lieutenant, kind of just showing, think of it almost like an FTO period, but it's not about how to do the job, it's more about the nuances of that position, right? So who we're going to be notifying in certain situations, the requirements of them changes from when they're a patrolman, right? It's more the overall scene as opposed to an individual task more often than not.
And I'm sorry for that kind of side piece there. I just want to return to April 4th. You said that you received a call. What was the nature of the call?
From what I remember, it said that, so someone had called in and said that there were 4 shots and that their boyfriend was shot in the face. And usually when a call comes in, we only get a little snippet of the conversation that person had either with a 911 dispatcher or with our dispatcher.
How quickly did you respond after receiving that call?
Instantly, a matter of seconds.
And do you know whether other officers responded potentially before you even?
They did, yep. So as we were leaving the building, you could already hear lights and sirens, well, the sirens, leaving the parking lot, heading in that direction.
Would you please offer us a narrative of the events, your actions that you took from this point moving forward, please?
Yep, so as soon as I got with my other sergeants, we got into the supervisor's vehicle. The drive was very short. We're talking maybe a quarter of a mile in reality. Light sirens as fast as we could, got over there. As I'm pulling up, I could see officers taking a man into custody at gunpoint. At that point, my focus is I have 2 sergeants with me. I know exactly how they're going to handle this situation. I know that I have an experience in medical, and I'm going to take advantage of that at that time. So we had already kind of distributed tasks while we were driving up there, and then I immediately started looking for who may be with a potential victim.
Were you able to find who you later learned to be Kyle Violette at the scene?
I did.
Can you describe where it is you found him?
On the sidewalk, kind of between a snowbank, there's the height of the snowbank and the nature of the light, and there was a storm going at the time, was kind of hiding in a little bit of shadow, so at first it didn't quite register what was there, but I saw him laying on his back, head towards me, and I could see a fair amount of blood both on the sidewalk and on the snowbank beside him.
And after identifying somebody clearly in need of medical attention, what did you do?
Started trying to treat. So putting on gloves at that point in time because, again, if I don't know that person, we have to provide basic, protection for ourselves as well. So I started applying gloves. And then at that point, part of the treatment is trying to expose the wounds as much as possible to see exactly what we're dealing with.
Were there other officers adjacent or assisting you in this process?
There were.
And can you then describe for us, just with a narrative, what it is you did, what it is you saw?
Yep. So when I started, so right off the bat, the obvious injuries, there was a wound to the left side of the jaw, which was very clearly a bullet hole. It also looked as though the round might have been lodged higher up in the cheek. As I exposed the torso, I started seeing a couple different holes, one on the lower right abdomen, one on the left rib cage, one on the upper part of the body near the collarbone on the left-hand side. We start trying to see what we're going to do for treatment of that. I couldn't see anything clearly that would say an extremity hemorrhage that would be like a tourniquet or something along those lines. So the idea is, if you kind of look at the torso, when there's a bleed or there's a hole there, the idea is you're trying to plug that hole as quick as possible. So your gloved hand will go over something like that. It prevents, one, oxygen from going into the cavity in case the lung collapses, and it also tries to prevent as much blood as possible from coming out. So if you think of it like a water balloon with small holes in it, you're trying to plug those holes as best as possible.
And you just described, by my count, 1, 2, 3, 4 wounds. Did you examine the lower part of his body? Were you able to do that at the scene, given the time and circumstances?
No. We were able to just get a rough idea of how much blood might have been there, and there was nothing to indicate at the time an arterial bleed that would have needed immediate attention, as opposed to the things more at the realm of his lungs. I also knew that we had EMS fairly quickly on the way. He was laying in the snow at that point in time, so there is an element of keeping them out of the snow and trying to keep them as warm as possible, given the scenario.
Can you tell us about any actual steps, interventions you took medically to either stabilize or to address the wounds that you did see?
Yep. So right off the bat, as I said, we're trying to keep as much of the fluid in the body and as much air out of the body as possible. So right off the bat, you go ahead and you cover those holes with a hand, gloved hand, things along those lines. When I lifted up his shirt and we started cutting away the shirt, I saw a hole up in the upper collarbone. My concern at that point in time is directly in that area, you have the subclavian vein, which is like a garden hose of the vein, where if that gets nicked, it can actually bleed quite profusely. When doing that, I actually take my fingers, which are gloved, and stick them into the wound to try to feel if I can see if there's blood coming from a particular location. That's also a benefit, because it's kind of like the little boy sticking his finger in the well. We're trying to keep everything in there, and that's, frankly, a good way to do it. When we do that, I roll him over, I'm trying to check to see if there's any exit wounds. Again, at this point, we just know somebody was shot. I don't necessarily know the caliber. I don't know the power. I don't know if there is going to create an exit wound or if it's going to stay inside the body. So we're at least going to check. Didn't notice anything on the back, but that's also when we started noticing something on like the lower hip. Eventually, we also roll him over onto the side because he does have blood going into his mouth. I don't want him aspirating or bringing that into his lungs. So by allowing him to lay on his side as long as possible, it allows the blood to come out of the mouth and maintain an airway so that he can continue to try to talk and continue to breathe on his own.
At this juncture, while you were making these observations and interventions, are you making determinations about exit wounds and entry wounds, or not at this point?
Yes. So this is a constant evaluation. Again, this is one of those things that happens in the dark during a blizzard. A lot of things going on at one time that are kind of dividing attention. So it's a constant reevaluation. So one, are things that we are doing working? Also, are there new information that we're getting, such as locating an exit wound? Or from the time I got there to the time we are at that moment, has additional blood pooled up in the area? So it's a constant evaluation, both of those reasons, and then if we do something, which in one case we started putting chest seals on, which think of it like a plastic dressing, right? Nothing can get in or out of it. By putting those on, making sure that those are working as well and they're staying in place.
So were you wearing a body-worn camera while you responded to this scene?
I was. It sits right here.
Is it on now?
No, but it does sit right there.
Sorry. Look, would seeing the images from your body-worn camera accurately depict some of these issues you've described and the degree and nature of these injuries?
Yes.
Your Honor, David?
Yeah.
We'd like to shift to it.
Sure. So while we're doing that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to instructions because I anticipate that children will see part of this video, and I want to warn you that this video does contain some graphic images. But as you will be told at the end of this case, part of my instruction is going to be that you are not to decide this case based upon passion or sympathy or emotion. You're to decide this case based upon the facts and the law. And to the extent that seeing any of this arouses any sympathy or passion or emotion in you, I'm going to ask you to set those feelings aside, and that you are not to rely upon any such feelings or sympathy or bias or emotion in reaching your verdict at the end of this case. Your verdict is to be based on facts and upon the law. All right, and with that, we will continue on.
Sir, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may this witness step into the well?
Yes. And I will be moving myself up.
Your voice seems to carry quite well. Why don't you provide a mic, possibly to assist the court? This may be another situation. Your Honor, as a full exhibit.
Well, my ruling was based on...
I understand. So foundation.
Foundation, exactly. Foundation has not been established.
I understand, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Lieutenant, we're showing you an initial still frame. Can you identify that?
Yes, so that would be Summer Street to the right. The victim sitting right there. That's the snowbank next to the
Victim, you just used the term right there. Can I, for the record, just clarify, it appears to be in the sidewalk area adjacent to both a house and a utility pole?
Yes.
Okay. And this is essentially, you just pointed out your body-worn camera, the perspective of you on this scene, literally the view from your chest.
Yes.
Counsel, I'd ask you to flow.
Sorry, can we hold that one second?
Can you stop the video for a second?
Thank you.
Counsel, do you want to make a record, or do you want?
No, I mean, I just want to make sure we're clear here. This is still ID that's being played to the jury.
Right.
The ID has
Very
to
well.
be stricken.
Correct. Before you go any further.
I understand. So, sir, does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation depicted by your body-worn camera?
Yes, this is the same thing.
That body-worn camera, can you confirm the protocol in terms of preserving it for evidence?
Yes, so the moment that we finish up any type of call, basically a couple things happen. So when we shut this off, it asks us to say that it has a particular type of file. So it could be accidental, a traffic stop, a case file, or something like that. I select case file because we know it's going to go into a case. And then when we get back to the station, it gets uploaded into the cloud, into our servers, and then we can assign that specifically to a case with a particular case number that has a unique identifier.
And did you take those steps in this case?
I did.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and move this video in as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
With the same reservations and with the same instructions.
Understood. The ID will be stricken. It's a full exhibit.
Thank you. Counselor?
No, I need you to stay just like that. Hey, hold on. I need you to here. We'll go this way. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, cover. You got another? I'm gonna get a second. Oh, sorry. Give him your taser. Go right through. Okay. Do you have anything else on the front? Hey, I'm gonna run. Hey, I'm gonna roll you onto your back. Okay. Move your legs. Move your legs. Move your legs. Okay. Roll over to the side. What else we got? So I'm gonna go ahead and keep this one covered. Okay. Hey, you got abdomen, got the abdomen as well. Right here. Yep. Let's go right here. Okay. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. Yeah. Hold on, buddy. Can we get a little bit of gauze? So, dude, we have to get gauze to put on his head. No, whoa. Should we guys have that? Hey, David, you have your right? Can you go ahead and start cutting the rest of the shirt, please? That's my knife. Okay, that's the shirt. Yeah.
Try that, Sarah. I just need someone to start cutting the rest of his shirt. Okay? Yep. Man, you need to back up.
Get back there, come on.
Back up.
Stand by the building, please. I'm going to stand by the building. Jason!
Stand back here. Hey, we're going ahead. We're helping you out. We're helping you out, okay?
Okay? EMS is on their way.
Make sure his head gets something to the side.
Just head, put your head to the side.
Get your nose. Get your I hear a voice in the background and you directing to turn him onto his side. Can you explain why you were doing that?
Yes. So as you can see, especially from the beginning of the video towards this point, because he's laying on his back, that some of the blood is draining into his mouth. You can see when he starts to talk, it starts to kind of come down his cheek. My idea is when you roll him onto his side, it allows that to drain. Typically with chest injuries, we try to be careful with how we're going to be moving somebody, because especially if it's bleeding internally, we have to watch which way that blood is going to start moving inside the body. So while we're applying these things, while we're cutting the shirt off, we don't want to lay on the side, because again, we have a hook that's ripping his clothes. I don't want to accidentally hit anything. So as long as we can keep on his back, we're going to, and then once we start seeing a little bit of blood forming, if not, moving him onto the side in order to allow that blood.
There has been, I think, some reference to packing injuries. I note that there was some attention drawn to the abdomen. What does that mean to pack a wound?
So when we start talking, especially when like the hips, the shoulders, and those kind of areas, something like a tourniquet's not going to work, right? It doesn't have an ability to squeeze the blood vessel against the bone to shut off the blood flow. So we have to find alternative methods. When I first was able to lift his shirt up, and I noticed the one in his collar, you'll see my hand move up, and I actually stick my fingers into the wounds to try to do exactly that. I'm trying to provide pressure inside the wound to prevent it from further bleeding. That's not a thing that I can reasonably continue to do for a long period of time, right? Unless I follow him all the way to the hospital and to the surgery room, that's not going to work. So the idea is that we would take something like gauze, right, or specifically something called combat gauze, which has an anticoagulant in it, or sorry, it actually has a clotting agent embedded in the gauze, and what we do is we pack it and try to fill that space up as much as possible to prevent that bleeding. Otherwise, if that bleed continues, it continues to form inside the body, pulling like a traditional internal bleed that you think. And that might require, and that almost always requires surgical intervention to get it to stop, at risk of continuing to bleed on the start.
Councilman, can you please?
All right, roll on this side as soon as that's clear. Okay? So I'm going to roll. Yep. So I'm going to do this and cover here. Go ahead, keep your mouth open. All right, any blood, we're going to go ahead and let roll out of your mouth. All right, buddy? Yeah, I don't see anything here. Go ahead, get your guys' blood. Currently, I don't know.
Oh, his jaw.
Yeah, but that's okay, though. That's okay. I don't see anything else here. Oh, like.
Try and stay still, okay?
So we have a shut to the upper chest, one under the head. We also have the lower abdomen.
No, please take care.
And once you get your neck one, you start setting up feet. Okay, ready? Okay, so that's that one. Yep, so we got one on the abdomen. There's one under my hand as well. My right hand, but it's covered up by the sweatshirt. Okay, is there next? There's one to the face. Yeah, there's one to the face and the jaw. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna have a chance to get over those two. What's in there? There. I have some. It's my pocket.
He's still Hey, stay with me, okay? Just stay with me, all right? Yes, ma'am. Okay? Just stay with us, okay? EMS is here, all right?
So can you with your left hand, can you go ahead and slide this arm out of the sweatshirt?
Ma'am, you need to stop asking us questions right now. Yeah, he's still breathing. Upper chest, lower abdomen, and his jaw. This left side of his jaw. Turn her head for me.
So we're leaving him on the side, so you can cut that drain out. Okay. I don't see the exit move back at all. We haven't really checked the other side, but we have enough pressure with the blood there, so I can get through. Right under my hand, there's one. There's one under the skin.
So you need another. There's a chest right behind you. Right there. There's one extra in there. Right up. No left. Right there.
Yep. Right there.
And there's probably some stuff in there if you need it, but stay in your house, sir. Stay in your house.
In the first aid bag on either the left-hand side or right-hand side.
No, you're gonna be okay, all right? Just stay with us. They're here. They're gonna help you.
That's fine. Come here, look. These are light enough
We have more tests.
We have some on the truck. So we're gonna lift you, okay?
Okay. I'll hold under his head. But get something on that arm. 1, 2, 3. You want to slide it further down? His head's hanging off. Alright. So we got right under it here as well. But there's nothing, I couldn't feel any kind of pressure come from it.
So what can we grab?
Thank you, Your Honor. Certainly, you may return to the witness stand. I'll ask it this way, why did you do the things you did there in this instance?
They would have been medically necessary. If in a lot of those circumstances, especially the abdomen bleed or the upper chest bleed, one of the concerns that we have is like most things, when there's that initial impact of a high velocity bullet, right? The body does have a mechanism of self-protection, right? Muscles are going to, it's almost like when you hit your elbow really hard on the table, right? Because the muscle contracts. And what can that happen is that can prevent blood flow from going for a little while. But when the body starts to relax or you've lost enough blood, it then opens up like floodgates. So those kind of interventions are medically necessary to keep a person alive long enough to be able to actually get to a hospital.
I was going to ask, to what degree of medical necessity, but you just stated that this was to keep him alive.
Yes.
Do you consider that a fair assessment based on your training experience and what you witnessed there?
I do.
We just watched, I believe, the very end of that video depicts you transferring this patient now to EMS, right?
Yes.
And at that point, did your involvement medically essentially cease?
Correct.
Can you just briefly summarize then your involvement following Mr. Violette being taken to the hospital?
Yep, I assisted in cordoning off the area. I contacted the support captain to try to get our detective bureau started to come out, because at that point our main focus is scene security. I don't want anyone in or out. I want to preserve the scene as much as possible and then pass it on to a higher level investigation, because the amount of time necessary to further this goes often beyond the capabilities of patrol, and we want to move it to our detective bureau.
Did you participate in or make any orders to protect the integrity of the scene?
Besides further or improving the tape barrier, nope. Sergeant Smith was able to handle the majority of that.
You're the first person to refer to the tape barrier, so can you just clarify that?
Yep, so it's just your traditional crime scene tape around the outside. The idea is we make it as large as possible because we can always shrink it after the fact. And that was one of the things that I had done, is make the scene larger to make sure we isolate as much of the original evidence as possible.
And following your efforts to communicate information on to detectives, secure the scene, did you play any additional role that night?
No.
And essentially, it sounds like you passed it on to the detectives. Did they show them up?
They did.
Okay.
They better.
If I could just have a minute. Sir, thank you for your time. Attorney Sisti, I think you've met, has some questions as well.
Thank you.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First, I just want to say that was a really great job you guys did.
Thank you.
And your community should be really proud of you, honestly.
Thank you very much.
During the course of the emergency treatment there, and you explained it great to the jury, we were hearing Kyle say things to you. And that's generally a very good thing to hear when you're in that situation, correct?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
He was responding to some of the things you were saying, right?
Correct.
What kind of things was he responding to, just so we can get a better idea?
Well, one of the main focuses is when we talk to people. One is to reassure them. That helps stave off shock a little bit. It also, you want people to continue to have the will to fight, to go further. So by constantly reassuring, you keep that interaction. It also allows me to establish the integrity of his airway, right? Because if he can talk, I understand that at least something can go in and out, right? And then also, a lot of times what we'll do is people know where they've been hurt. So especially in the beginning of the video, you hear him repeatedly say, "My face, my face, my face."
Okay, so he was, thank God, he was conscious, and he was at least responding to some degree.
Yes.
He was able to articulate certain aspects of his injuries and point to where he believed he was shot.
Correct.
And that was 7 minutes or so, and he was able to sustain, it wasn't a great level of communication, but some level of communication all the way until loading him onto the ambulance.
Yes, and that's pretty common, especially with gunshot wound victims in the torso, is they usually stay conscious.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Thanks again.
Absolutely.
The fact that he could say the way he said it, I mean, we could hear it, the way he said, my face, my face. Does that change your view at all about the likelihood he would die if there wasn't serious medical intervention?
It's not so much exactly what he's saying, but it's how what he says changes over time. In the beginning, he was saying, my face, my face, my face. When he's rolled onto his side, it eventually changed to, I'm dying. And what that is as one of a big symptom of something called a tension pneumothorax, which is where the lung collapses and pressure slowly builds up in that chest cavity, which is one of the main reasons why we covered that wound to prevent air from going in, is this sense of impending doom, right? So this anxiety, because slowly you're losing the ability to take full breaths. You're not getting as much oxygen. You've lost blood, so you're not able to get it enough through your tissues, right? The perfusion of oxygen through your tissues. So what happens is it's a slow onset of anxiety that's very common with both bleeding out and with severe trauma where you're slowly suffocating to death.
Those are my questions.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Dave, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Tiana Adams.
Officer, you're probably aware the witness stand is to the left of the judge. If you could approach the witness stand, face the judge, and remain standing for your own, please.
You raise your right hand. You swear that any testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury. You may be seated. Counsel, you may inquire.
Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Adams.
Good afternoon.
This may seem a little bit obvious, given both your title and what you're currently wearing, but can you tell us a little bit about what you do for work?
Yes, I work for the Rochester Police Department in the patrol division.
How long have you worked there?
Been hired for approximately 2 years now.
2 years. So last April, around when this incident occurred, had you been there for a full year at that point?
On the road by myself, no. Hired almost, yes.
Okay, tell us a little bit about that. Can you just explain the distinction?
Yes, of course. So you go through a long hiring process, background checks, stuff like that, and that sometimes it takes a few months. Then you do some training in-house with the police department, and then you go to the academy, and you go through the academy for a period of 16 weeks, and then you do field training on the road with a field training officer for approximately 3 months, and then you get released on your own.
So I just want to clarify, because I think I may have gotten lost. I want to make sure we're all on the same page. April 4th of last year, were you on your own?
Yes, I was.
You were on your own?
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying. Was that a new development for you in your career, or had you been there for a little bit?
Yes, it was. I was on my own for maybe a month at that point.
Were you on duty and working on April 4th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what shift you were working?
I was on the midnight shift.
Do you recall responding to the area of 4143 Summer Street?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about how you got called out to that address?
I don't recall who exactly called me. I just know that I went into shift early and was asked to head out to that address to assist with whoever needed assistance.
When you responded to the call, when you got told to go out there, did you know the situation that you were responding to?
I didn't know many details, no. I knew that an incident had occurred and go touch base with one of the sergeants on scene to see where I was needed.
We all kind of visited a couple of days ago or yesterday. The address is in question. How far is it approximately from the police station?
I don't know exactly, maybe a minute, not even response time.
Is it fair to say it didn't take you very long to get there?
Correct.
Once you arrived there, can you tell us a little bit about what you saw?
So I didn't really see 41 or 43. I went and touched base with my sergeant, and then my sergeant had me go do a different project.
So I just want to clarify, were you kind of on the street at that point? Did you get to the general street of Summer Street?
Yes, I did, yes.
Okay. You said your sergeant did, I'm sorry, I just want you to, if you could repeat yourself on that. What did your sergeant ask you to do?
I went and spoke with my sergeant. Her and I walked to one of the neighboring houses to speak with the neighbors about the incident that occurred.
Do you recall which address that was?
I don't, unfortunately.
That's okay. Did you, at the time of this incident, draft a report?
Yes, I did.
As part of your duties as a police officer?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about the importance of the report?
We document what we saw when we arrived, the date that it occurred on, what officers writing the report, the address we respond to, who we speak to, what they said, if we got any footage or videos we include in our report, say it's attached to the case and information like that.
Would the address that you responded to be included in your report?
Yes, it would.
If I showed you a copy of that report, would it make you refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Page 6, counsel.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach? Thank you. Officer Adams, I'm showing you a copy of your report from that night. If you don't mind just briefly reviewing it. I believe it is the second paragraph. And does that help refresh your recollection of the address that you responded to?
Yes, it does.
And what address was that?
I responded to 41, and part of my report says I went to 38.
When you went to 38 Summer Street, can you tell us a little bit about what you did once you got there?
Yes, so upon approach, I observed a Ring camera. I knocked on the door and I spoke with the resident. My sergeant started speaking with her about the incident that had occurred, asked her a few questions if she had heard anything like that. And then we asked to see her Ring camera footage.
Did you personally view that footage with
Yes.
the camera?
Yes, I did.
If I were to show you that footage, would you be able to identify it?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I believe we will need to set up for another view. Thank you. Officer Adams, so Bill, bear with us for a moment. Counsel, this is Exhibit 2. Yes.
We may shift it.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is actually just audio.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
We're just moving because of the obstruction, Judge, that's all.
Yes.
Your Honor, with permission, I would step down.
Yes.
Your Honor, can you just briefly step down from the witness stand? Thank you.
Counsel, this is a full exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Officer Adams, I'm showing you right now, it is a essentially still shot at the very beginning of a video. Does this look familiar to you? How do you recognize this video? Now, I just want to be clear, this ring camera footage, does this show you the specific address of 41 or 43 Summer Street?
It's next door.
What, based on your review of this, were you able to determine in reviewing this video?
I could hear the argument and the shots that were fired.
Is this how you recall seeing the video when you viewed it? Officer Adams, after you viewed this footage from the resident of 38 Summer Street, what did you then do?
I asked her if she was willing to send it to me via text or email, and she agreed to do so.
She did do so. Did that conclude your involvement? Apologies, you can return, Your Honor. This concludes our use of the television for this particular
Very good,
witness.
thank you.
Officer Adams, I'll re-ask my questions. I interrupted myself a little bit there. Did that conclude your involvement that evening for the purposes of investigation for this incident?
I spoke with the resident and her son from that location. I went back to the police department and I sat in the lobby with the suspect's daughter while she waited to be interviewed with detectives, and that was my end of my involvement.
I just want to clarify, did you personally interview the
I did
detective's daughter?
not. No, I did not.
After her interview was concluded, did you have any further involvement?
I did drive her home, yes.
Did that ultimately end your involvement?
Yes, it did.
Just a moment, Your Honor. All right. Officer Adams, I have no further questions for you. I imagine defense may have a few.
Just a couple. Let me ask you something. You said you heard an argument and you heard gunshots.
In the video, yes, I did.
Yeah, okay. You didn't hear what was said prior to the gunshot?
I did not know, not in that particular video, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. I just want to clarify. When you say you heard arguments, was that the kind of noise that we heard just prior to the gunshot?
The conversation afterwards is what I was speaking about.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay. You can be excused, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Hey, call Detective Kyle. Do you need to stand? Your Honor, do we remember to step up, please? I think I know what you're about to ask.
Sorry. No, my bad. I think we're going to take our afternoon break. We've been going about an hour.
Understood.
I try not to go too much more than an hour's spell. So we're going to take our afternoon break. I'm going to try to keep this one short, though, so we can keep it 7 minutes. That would be great. And then we can come back. All right? Very good.
Please rise. Your departure.
I was waiting for the sound on the court to finish, but I think they're gonna leave the mics on. I mean, it would be better because the sound would not cut off and on. But I mean, we are polling through witnesses. I mean, well, technically we only had the two witnesses anyway, but still very two quick witnesses. They're not saying much. I can hear more, but you guys can hear the hot mics instead of me. That is always better. Yes. Do you talking maybe about 5 minutes or something? Okay, alright, I'll talk then. So we've had 2 police officers, one that assisted on helping the victim with their injuries until the ambulance came and picked him up and took him to hospital, but they were crucial on that. The defense attorney was very nice to him. I found it very sus that he was so nice. I was like, thank you very much for your work. You did very well. Good job in time. So I was like, but I think it was a bit too fakey. I think, in my opinion, it was just after with everything that has already happened in the trial. I found it a little bit faking, if you know what I mean. So that happened, and then we have a rookie. Why is it in every single trial that we watch, we had a rookie? But to be fair, this rookie was better than I think the rookies that we had in the Colin Griffith case. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. So I think they did an amazing job, and it was definitely crucial. My guys, the video. That I know why I'm glad that we were watching that one sideways and not blustering in our face, because it was a bit graphic video because it showed basically everything. You could see at one point that I saw all the blood in a hand and everything, and it was a bit. I was like, oh, okay, are we really watching this? It was a little bit, yeah. It was a good video in the sense that yes, it showed the impact of the of what happened to him and how the place was so quick and so life-saving. Literally, we could have been here on a live in charge, absolutely. But thanks to these police officers, we are not. Yeah, I know, that was a little bit. I was considering putting the layover, and I was like, oops. But I think we were fine. I don't think there's any problem in that in that regard. But it was just very good evidence, and I think the defense is picking his battles, which is in a way good. But so far, I don't think he picked the correct battles to play, because there's two witnesses. It was very soft, I think. I don't know. Maybe the lunch break made him a little bit softer, I guess. So it's been a good. Well, we're already going to the fifth witness. Did anyone catch the name? Because they already said the name, but I thought I heard Kyle. Kyle is the name of the victim. Are we having? Oh, now you turn off the audio. Now they turn off the audio. Like literally almost 10 minutes with the audio on, and now they realize they I think I thought I heard Kyle, and Kyle is the name of the victim. So are we having the victim already? Because I mean, I'm not expecting to be that quick, but I thought we would have more like doctors and everything that treated him for the injuries to show the severity of the injuries. I know it would be probably a little bit, I don't want to say boring, but yes, a little bit boring to hear all of that, but we listen to an ME and forensic analysts and Cellbrite evidence and all of that. I just wish, right, on the camera videos, on the videos that we've been watching, that it would, they, like, I'm not expecting they turning the whole TV to us or anything. I am not expecting that, but just a little bit so we could have a better picture like they had this morning. Yeah, it could be one of detective I can't speak. One of the detectives, yeah, sorry. Maybe that, yeah. Maybe it has the same name. I mean, it does happen. I mean, name Kyle is a very popular name, I guess. So it could be. But I'm expecting him, Kyle, the victim, be the last person to happen. So trial, I don't think it, like, they say it's gonna break up. I don't know. I think it's not gonna last on that much. I think we might be on verdict watch. I want to say maybe Monday, Tuesday. I don't know. What do you guys think? Well, not maybe Monday, but maybe Tuesday. I think Tuesday. Sorry, 1 second. Give me 1 second. My apologies. 1 second. I think maybe Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't see this case lasting that long. Yeah, sorry. Monday, I probably was a little bit too eager. Not that I'm eager for the trial to finish. I love covering trials and I love trials, but I don't know. I'm just thinking of all the evidence that it is. So, well, Kyle, it could be true. It could definitely could be, Stephanie. That is a good point. So that, yeah, I think maybe until some point next week then for sure, because that is definitely a good point, because he's gonna be the victim, and then he has to take the defense, and then there's a possibility that we're gonna have like the victim sides of things, like we had the Hosanna in the Stacy trial, and then we might have Jason in the stand for another day. It's true. Okay. All right. That's awesome. I was like, see, this is why I like doing this, because I can engage with you guys and hear your thoughts and have your perspective, and not just me wishing that we would be. I love a verdict. I really like it. It's the best part of the trial, when we get to see their realization that they thought they could fool the jury and everything. So yeah, but that could be. But wow, hang on. What?
Yeah, just a brief issue, Judge. The court TV or the cameraman did me the courtesy of asking whether they were allowed to publish. Apparently, they were able to capture some portions of the video that was played, the medical video, and they pointed out that there is no standing order in this case. I've conferred with counsel. Counsel's position is that it unnecessarily raises issues to publish something of that nature during the pendency of the trial. I'll be quite candid, it's not an issue that I did research prior to this case, or when the issue came up, which was just minutes ago. But my bottom line approach to this kind of issue is I don't want to create any problems. We've got two alternates. I fully respect First Amendment issues, press rights. There are limitations, however, and I'll defer to the defense in terms of their concerns.
Yeah, the position is that for the death not take place, and that within the fourth jury trial, 4 weeks, 2 of them in this trial. And, I think we should protect what we have right now and make sure that we run it tighter. There's a need for additional publication. I don't have a problem with everybody in this courtroom seeing what they can see, vantage points in which they stand, but to create a vantage point possibility, potential for someone.
I tend to agree with that. I think that given the particularly graphic nature of that footage that was shown, I prefer it not to be published to the world at this point. I do understand the First Amendment issue involving the public right to access the courtroom and to be in a position to see whatever someone in the public would be allowed to see if they were here. But I would prefer that not risk any prejudice.
I construe your preference as an order, Your Honor?
Are they looking for an order?
They just refer to the fact that there was not an order that they refer to as generally present in these types of matters.
I'm not aware of the standing order from this court involving.
I'm not either.
Conversations and negotiations between the clerk's office, the administrative office of courts, which dealt with their access, and so I'm not aware of any standing order. So that's where it's involved. I don't want to create a problem in the way. I don't want to create unnecessary litigation in the way.
Well, I can say, Judge, that nobody was placed on notice, prior to the trial. Be happy to litigate it pre-trial, but we're in the middle of this thing right now.
And how is the question posed?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I was curious how the question was posed to the state on this issue of the publication of the video.
I just approached him after, and I didn't have a straight-on shot of it. It was an angle shot, and it wasn't great. But I just don't want any issues.
Right. So I think you heard me. My preference would be that video not be shared on the live stream. I'm not. And so I'm asking, requesting this conversation, I'm not ordering this and ordering our parties to proceed. So I'm requesting.
Horse may be out of the barn in that they were streaming live.
Yeah, it's already streaming live. That horse is out of the barn. So I construe the question to be somehow there was an issue in the future if there was planning. It's already been done. And as I said, they have the same access to play. All right, so I'm not going to get further briefing on that. So let's bring it adjourned.
Please rise to re-entrance. Please be seated.
Judge, I think we announced that Kyle Danny was our next witness, but I'd like to retract that and call Kim Edwards, please.
All right, very good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state your name, please, and spell it for the court reporter?
Yep, it's Kimberly Edwards, KIMBERLYEDWARDS.
What do you do for work?
What was that?
What do you do for work?
I'm a national registered paramedic at Frisbee Memorial Hospital.
I think our conversation can be relatively brief, but if you could indulge us in a summary of your training and experience and your history of work in this area.
Yep. So I started in the medical field in the military. I was in the military for 8 years, and I worked at a hospital for 8 years, for 4 years with the military, increasing my medical knowledge. When I got out of the military, I joined EMS, and I started as a EMT basic for 2 years, and another 3 years as an advanced EMT, and since then I've been working as a paramedic.
And you say as a paramedic, is there a distinction between paramedic, EMT?
Yep, so as a basic EMT, you can give minimal drugs such as oxygen and aspirin. And as you advance your career, you can give more medications and do more interventions. As an advanced EMT, you can start an IV, give some saline if the patient needs it, if they're dehydrated or whatnot. And as a paramedic, we can do more medication, more life-saving medications and interventions, to include taking someone's airway if they were to lose their airway.
Did you respond to the area of 4341 Summer Street on April 4th last year?
I did.
And what was the nature of that call?
So that evening we got dispatched for multiple gunshot wounds. We arrived on scene to find a patient on the ground with multiple gunshot wounds.
Do you have an estimate of how long it took you to respond to the scene, to arrive at the scene from the time you took the call?
I believe it's about a mile, so it was probably only 2 minutes at most.
Very well. And did you, in fact, attend to a patient at the scene and transport that individual to Frisbee Memorial Hospital?
Yes, I did.
Can you just please summarize, what you saw and what you did during that period of time?
Yep. So when we arrived on scene, PD was rendering medical care along with controlling the scene. So the officer that I took report from had already placed 2 chest seals to the patient. He said that there was multiple other wounds. He did not at the time have a count, due to it being dark out and the patient being fully clothed. At that time, there were many people there, a lot of people that were distraught and upset, and my partner and I felt that the scene wasn't very secure enough to be able to do a adequate enough assessment on this patient, so we deemed it very necessary to extricate the patient as quick as possible and get him in the back of the ambulance. So we did so. My partner and I, with the assistance of PD, lifted the patient onto the stretcher and put him in the back of the ambulance, where we were able to fully unclothe the patient and find that he had approximately 7 gunshot wounds to his body in multiple locations. At that time, the patient was able to speak to us in very gargled and incomplete sentences. He had blood coming from the airway that we were suctioning throughout our transport to the hospital. We have the decision to either continue on to Portsmouth, where he would get definitive care, or take him to a closer hospital, so that way he could get emergent care and stabilize him. Due to the amount of wounds and the copious amount of blood that he had lost at that time, we did take him to Frisbee Hospital to receive emergent stabilizing care.
And so what was the kind of amount of time you spent from the scene to Frisbee, which is somewhat nearby?
Maybe 10 minutes.
Okay. And can I ask you then, and I'll follow up if I feel like additional detail is needed, but can you summarize, you said you saw 7 gunshot wounds. Does your reference to gunshot wounds include entry and exit wounds? Are you even making that determination?
I'm not making the determination of exit wounds and whatnot, because...
Can you briefly summarize for the jury the observations in terms of wounds and his medical condition that you observed during that some 10-minute period of time?
Yeah, so he had a collapsed lung due to a gunshot wound to the upper left-hand side. He had multiple gunshot wounds to his buttocks and down in his genital area. He had one going through his jaw and lodged into the other side of the jaw, which was making it difficult to get the blood out of his airway and making it difficult for us to, if we needed to, take his airway and breathe for him.
And any other treatment that you provided that you have?
Just wound care, stop the bleeding of some of the other wounds that we had found during the transport, suctioning and keeping his airway clear and open. We did attempt to do vital signs. We were only able to get his heart rate and his oxygen saturation due to the patient being just unable to sit still due to the amount of pain and anxiety that he was in at the time. So he was flailing around and we weren't able to get a blood pressure, which made it unsafe for us to continue on to Portsmouth at that time. We attempted an IV, but it got torn out on the way into the hospital. So that was all the care that we were able to render at the time.
You've described the patient, Mr. Violette, as being anxious and having a hard time being still. Is he conscious through this process?
He was conscious and aware that he had been shot, other than saying that I got shot and I'm going to die and giving us his name. He was really not able to say much more than that.
And were you able to successfully transport and I guess pass on this patient to the emergent care that you just referred to at Frisbee Memorial Hospital?
Yep, we did get him to Frisbee and transfer him to the nurses and physician.
Do you know a doctor named Dr. Freeze at Frisbee Memorial?
Yes.
Are you aware that he was on scene as well?
He was at the hospital.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, if I could just say. Thank you. Those were the questions I had. Attorney Sisti, I'm not sure you've met before, may have some follow-up questions if you want.
Thanks for coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Excuse me, thank you for coming.
This time, the state would like to call Kyle Daney to the stand.
Sir, I trust you know where the witness stand is. If you approach it, face the judge, and you may stand for your oath, please.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us about what your job is, though I do think I gave it away?
My name is Kyle Daney. I'm employed full-time by the Rochester Police Department. I'm currently a full-time detective there. I've been with the department since 2013, and I've been a detective for about 3 years within the division.
can you tell us a little bit about kind of your come up to detective, your training and experience, where you started off, a little bit of that background?
Sure. Academy first, field training, eventually solo patrol for a while. Eventually I worked into a community engagement division and into a problem-oriented policing division that kind of focused more on problem chronic issues and narcotics, and then worked my way into detectives. During that time also, around probably 2017, 2018, I began working as almost a specialty position or an extra added position of added responsibilities of working on what we called our evidence team. It was more specialized in if we had a scene that was a little bit larger, officers that were a little bit higher trained in the collection, the preservation of a crime scene, documentation of a crime scene, and then the preservation and collection of evidence.
So I'm glad you brought that.
I didn't take your last name.
Yep, yeah, it's Danie, D-A-N-I-E.
Carrie, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm glad you brought up the evidence training. Can you tell us a little bit about the specialized training specifically that you've undergone in terms of collecting evidence, assessing a scene, that whole genre of police investigation?
Sure. Just looking kind of at our training coordinator, I said, hey, can I get my past training on all of evidence? And I'd like to say that it's about a month long of, the 40 hours one week, 40 hours another week. I took a basic 3-week-long training on the collection of evidence, I think from what was called Forensics Training Services, LLC. It's a company that really went from like nuts to bolts of responding to the scene, the preservation of the actual scene itself, and working into photography, different types of things that you might wear to preserve the scene, as well as then working into photographing the scene, collecting those pieces of evidence, and then potentially even examining those pieces of evidence further, whether it's a chemical process, dusting for latent prints with fingerprint powder, as well as other things like that. With that training, I've taken additional crime scene photography trainings, fingerprint trainings. The Academy now in New Hampshire is certifying their officers, all the recruits, through a basic crime scene training that's 1 week long. I've also gone back to take that, advanced photography, vehicle processing, and so on that way. We aren't a forensic lab per se. I can process certain pieces of evidence, but at some point we stop and send that to the New Hampshire State Lab for further examination, depending on the piece of evidence and the case.
I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, and then we'll backtrack a little bit just because of talking about your evidence experience. Was part of your role in this investigation processing the scene?
It was.
I'd just like you to tell us a little bit about specifically the role a detective serves at the Rochester Police Department versus, we've heard from sergeants, we've heard from patrol officers, so specifically your duties and responsibilities aside from that evidence collection training that you have.
Yeah, absolutely. So in Rochester, we currently have 7 detectives, there's a couple other open positions, and a detective lieutenant. We do get some cases firsthand, and when I say that, meaning typically your patrol officer is the first to respond to a 911 call. Detectives, though, sometimes might come to a major call out where there's an active scene going on. And so we might respond to those things like drug overdose deaths, homicides, physical assaults, sex assaults, things like that that we would respond out to pretty much on scene if that happened. Otherwise, we're getting a lot of things that were past tense. I'm applying for search warrants. My day-to-day is really interviewing people, developing probable cause, writing search warrants, obtaining the records from different companies, video, things like that, and so on, and building a case over time. Typically something that happened after the fact that I'm following up, sometimes from an initial officer's report or initial sergeant's report.
Thank you, Detective. I appreciate you going through all of that with us. I know it's new to some people in the
Not a problem.
jury. So were you working on the day of April 4th, 2024?
I wasn't at the time.
You weren't. Did you end up working on that day?
I did. Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about how that happened?
I got called in we have 2 detectives that are typically on call just in case no one is in. I got a call saying, hey, we have a major scene, we have a shooting. Those 2 detectives are tied up. with the suspected shooter. We need someone to come in and assist with the processing of a crime scene. And so that's why I was called.
So, were you at the police station when you got this call in?
I was at home.
You were at home. Did you go to Summer Street first?
No.
Where did you go first?
I went to the police department, which is pretty typical of any type of call out. I go to dispatch, I like to see what do we have, what do we need for resources, where is this crime scene, what are the things I should be bringing, because I made that mistake before of it being very cold or, very hot, and just getting any other information before going.
So once you arrived at the police station, did you become aware of anything? Did you speak with anyone there that made you aware?
Yes, so Officer Birmingham had been back at the station, and from speaking with him briefly, he had been one of the responding officers. He had obtained, it looks to me like a video, like he used a department cruiser phone and videotaped a phone that was playing a video surveillance of the incident that I was supposed to be going out and documenting.
Were you aware at that time of where that footage came from?
I was told that it was from the cameras of 43 Summer Street, which was the alleged victim here, Kyle Violette's house.
So I believe we've already seen that video. Did you personally view that video?
The one that Officer Birmingham showed me, I did.
After you viewed that video, is that at that point did you go out to Summer Street?
After grabbing the evidence kit and everything else I needed, yes.
When you arrive at Summer Street, can you tell us a little bit about what you see as you drive up?
Yep. So it was 10, I want to say 10:40, maybe 11, it could be even later than that. So it was dark, it was very cold, it was kind of spitting snow, it had snowed a little bit that day too. There was a couple of different police cruisers that were in the roadway of Summer Street facing out of town, like if you're familiar with I know you guys did a kind of a walk-through area, but away from the police department towards, heading towards Eastern Ave. They're facing that way as if they were responding to the call in the roadway, and then there was some yellow caution tape kind of wrapped around some of those cruisers over to a telephone pole to kind of preserve what was believed to be the entire scene.
So after you arrive, you kind of take this scene in. What is your first step in investigation, evidence processing, scene management? What's kind of the first thing you do as you get out of your cruiser?
Yep. So once I meet with whoever was there, so it was Lieutenant Hurley was kind of on scene to point outside the caution tape what they might have seen. I start taking initial photographs. The reason being is I don't want it, anytime I go into a scene, I could introduce either contamination, I could kick something over or anything. So I try to take as much overall photos that show the big picture before we start to go into that scene and look more.
Would you recognize some of those photos if we showed them to you today?
I would.
Your Honor, may I approach? Thank you.
Right, these are full of them.
These are exhibits 16, 17, and 18. Has Dane shown you what has been argued in exhibit 16, 17, and 18? Would you mind taking a look at those pictures and telling us what you see?
So 16, 17, and 18 appear to be the roadway that would have been in front of 41 Summer Street. And some of these are pictures that I believe an officer must have either taken or body cam before.
Is this visuals depicted in these pictures? Are they familiar to you having arrived on the scene?
The physical layout and the blood on the ground, yes. When I arrived, EMTs had already left the scene as well.
Is this accurate for how the scene appeared minus the EMTs from the corner?
Yes.
Is the blood on the street accurate how it appeared to you?
Yes.
Is the snow on the street accurate how it appeared to you?
Yes.
Your Honor, Again, I believe you've already been told, but you will have copies of these in your deliberation room. Detective Daney, aside from taking pictures when you arrived on the scene and general observation, did you do anything else regarding evidence collection when you arrived?
Yep. So after taking initial photographs, we started to search the scene for pieces of evidence. I had previously been pointed out by the lieutenant, hey, there's shell casings that they had located with a flashlight. And so from there, we put placards, which is the yellow marker. You might see a number on it. I started with 5 because that's what I had. So we have to go, I believe it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I put a placard by that piece of evidence so that I know not to step on it, as well as to take a photo widescreen so that you can see all those placards and be like, okay, what was placard number 7? And you look and see what that was. And then I'd also take a mid-range and then a close-up of placard, say number 7, with whatever piece that evidence was.
Once you photograph the location of these shell cases, actually I'm going to back up a little bit. Can you just clarify for everyone so we're all on the same page what a shell casing is?
Yep. So with a firearm, you have a shell casing that is enclosed. I'm not by any means a firearms expert or anything, but you have a shell casing, usually brass, metal, that is enclosed with some gunpowder as well as other materials, and then a projectile, usually a lead bullet. And so when a firearm, shoots, it extracts that shell casing after that explosion goes off and a projectile goes out the barrel of the firearm, and the shell casing will get ejected, depending on the type of handgun it is. If it's a revolver, obviously it stays inside, but a automatic, like a handgun, it would extract shooting off.
So we're going to focus on these shell casings for a little bit. Once you photographed where they were, you marked them with the placards, what are kind of your next steps specifically regarding evidence collection for these shell casings? How do you preserve those?
So you said after photographing? So 6 shell casings were located on the ground. After they were photographed close range so you can see, they would be individually taken wearing gloves, put them into a paper envelope, packaged separately.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Counsel, this is 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, sorry. Detective Daney, is this the type of envelope that it would be put in?
Yes.
If I were to show you these envelopes again, you would be able to determine whether or not these shell casings these each other.
Yes.
Without.
So I'm just looking for the evidence label, Rochester Police Department. Like this one says 9mm Luger shell casing, placard number 10. So I remember that's placard number 10. This is evidence tape. I have my signature and the date that it was signed, making sure that it wasn't reopened or anything like that.
So even without opening those envelopes, are you able to confidently attest that those are shell casings you retrieved?
These are the shell casings I collected.
Your Honor, I do move these shell casings be admitted as full exhibits. These are states 13, 12, 9, 10, 11. They're currently marked right.
That's without objection.
No objection, so exhibits 9 through 14 are full exhibits.
Detective Daney, I'm just going to open these for simplicity's sake. Doesn't matter.
What out? Would you like me to take the shell casing out? Each one?
One is fine. Ground permission to publish the video.
Your Honor, this would be placard number 10, which is, ID number exhibit 14. So each one of these probably should be in one of these smaller ones, just because that's what I had on scene that was loaded into here. It's also got the number 10 on it for placard.
The labeling both on those 700 for officers to use the correct placard.
Yeah, exactly. So we have a ton of placards out there. We want to make sure the picture I take and the shell casing I seize and the envelope I put in, I need label number 10 so that when I have, say, 30 shell casings, I can really say this is that one, and that one was located here. Is that okay? Yeah.
One, to your recollection, were they all of this nature?
Yes, they were.
What does that indicate to you as an officer?
That the, I'm sorry.
That they were all essentially identical shell casings. That indicated
That came from the same type of gun. Often too, we don't see a whole lot of people loading different types of ammunition into a gun. It's all the same type of ammunition, so I could lead me to believe that it probably came from a same type of gun, but the fact that it's all 9mm, it definitely came from a 9mm handgun.
Were shell casings the only piece of evidence that you collected from the scene that night?
It was not.
Can you tell us what else you collected from the scene?
Yep, so in the area where there's the trail of blood, in front of the driveway, right around there, 41, Mr. Levesque residence, there was a black holster for a handgun.
I'm going to pause you there. Would you recognize that holster if you saw it today?
I would.
Detective Daney, can you just reiterate for the jury where you found this holster specifically?
It was right in the front area of the driveway or the roadway of 41 Summer Street.
Did you conduct the same method with the holster that you did for the shells in terms of preserving where it was located on the scene?
I did.
Did that include the placard placement?
Yes.
Did that include photographing it?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach? At the moment, it's right. Detective Daney, does this bag also contain the same label, essentially, which the shell casings did in terms of where it was collected, placard, and...
Yep, so this white, I know you can't read it, but this white thing is what we call an evidence tag for the Rochester Police Department. It gives us a property number, and then I labeled it as the Black Hawk, which is a company holster, placard number 11.
And it was ripped open a little bit with the mention Now that you've seen it visually, are you able to confirm that that is the holster that you found?
This is.
In front of Summer Street?
Yep.
Your Honor, I'm getting this from Candace, that it is a legal exhibit, it's a state.
Without objection.
No objection. This is now exhibit 8, full exhibit.
Commissioner Collins. Other than the holster and the shell casings, Detective, did you collect any other evidence that night?
There was some paperwork and looked like receipts and cigarette pack that was located near the area of the holster that was collected.
So you found the holster. Did you find a gun?
Yes. So at the scene, with the blood going up towards the front steps near 41 Summer Street, in the parking lot of the driveway of 41 Summer Street was a truck that had its, it was like a plow truck, and it had its driver's side door open, and an officer was standing by, kind of making sure no one would go in that. That was a told to me that it was identified as Mr. Levesque's truck, and so at that point I had to speak to another detective that was speaking to Mr. Levesque to be able to go into that truck.
Did you ultimately receive permission to go into that truck?
Yep, so I spoke to Detective Garston, who had Mr. Levesque sign a permission to search the truck and its contents there, which granted me the right to go in and look for any additional evidence.
Upon that permission, were you able to locate a firearm inside that truck?
Yeah, so even looking on the outside with the door open, you could see a 9mm handgun with its slide locked back to the rear and an empty magazine that was separate, and they were both sitting on the driver's seat.
So I just want to clarify, there's the gun and the magazine, are they together at this point? When you saw it on the...
They're next to each other. The magazine is not inserted into the magazine well.
Thank you for clarifying. I think I may have misheard. Your Honor, I would like to show the witness of the marked State Exhibit 5 for ID.
Can we approach on this though for 1 second?
Sorry, everybody. I got a little bit distracted. What happened? um. Yeah, of course, this is sidebar. Sorry, I was absolutely distracted. Because I popped out to chat out of the browser, and I don't know how to get back to where it was. Because I can't even tag people, so I don't know. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. I can still see chat, but it's just...
I'm going to show you what is the mark as Exhibit 5 for ID. This has been rendered safe by all involved personnel in this particular matter. I'm not going to hand the box over to you. I'm just going to show you. Do you recognize the firearm in this box?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize the firearm in this box?
Both from photographing it, if we could look back at photos and see the serial number, as well as the fact that the box has the property, and I see the property tag as well. As the property tag, the evidence tape, the signature as well.
And I only mentioned about the gun. The gun is not the only item in here. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
What else is in here?
There is a magazine for the gun.
Are you able to tell visually by looking at it if the magazine is empty?
Yes, I am.
Is this the condition in which you found both the gun and the magazine at the time?
It is.
Understanding that it was not the type of box.
Right, it was just, in the condition it was, sitting on the driver's seat.
Thank you, Detective. Your permission to publish it.
Just so you know, ladies and gentlemen, so this has been by agreement, a full exhibit, it was going to be a full exhibit. Just so you understand the protocol down the road, this weapon will not be sent back to you like all the other exhibits in the jury room. This is the one type of exhibit we don't do that with. If, because it is a full exhibit, if at any point you wanted to inspect it more carefully or see it, we would arrange to have it brought back into the courtroom and have you brought back into the courtroom to look at it. But just for security purposes, we don't allow floor. Yes, you can publish it to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, this is Massachusetts Exhibit 5.
Thank you.
Detective Daney, did you discover anything else in the defendant's truck relating to a firearm while you were searching it?
There was a loaded 9mm magazine separate in a black backpack.
When you say separate, can you tell us where you found that?
I believe that was in the back area, so not in the front two seats, in a backpack.
Did you attempt to collect any additional non-firearm evidence from this truck?
I did. So looking at the truck, it had a series of wires, and I noticed what looked like a camera from the rearview mirror that was pointed out towards the hood. I know that sometimes it's typical of people that are plowing to record, and so I looked and saw that it had a SD card slot, and so that camera system was taken in hopes that there would be some video on it.
Did there ultimately end up being any video that was retrieved?
No, after a search warrant was granted, the extraction showed there was nothing, no recordings of anything. So,
Did you collect any other recordings from the defendant's property?
I did, not from the truck.
Not from the truck. Can you tell us where you did collect it from?
Yep, so Detective Garson also said that Mr. Levesque had granted permission to obtain I think it was a Night Owl DVR system, which was the surveillance cameras for 41 Summer Street. We were told that there was a system inside the house at 41 as well as the garage. Myself and Detective Livingstone were able to retrieve the DVR system from the garage because the door was unlocked, but we were unable to, at the time on scene, grab the DVR system from the house because it was locked and no one was answering.
So that night specifically, on April 4th, is that DVR video the last piece of evidence you were able to collect that night?
Myself, yes.
Did you conduct any other investigation that night?
Yep. So upon bringing evidence back to the station and logging it into our evidence lockers, I found that Mr. Levesque's daughter was in the station lobby with officers and hadn't been formally interviewed.
Without getting into the specifics of that interview, did you ultimately conduct an interview?
An interview was conducted with Detective Livingstone and I and Kira Levesque.
Did that specific interview kind of conclude your investigation for that night specifically?
Yes, it did.
Did that conclude your investigation overall?
No, it did not.
Can you tell us a little bit about the next investigative steps that you took?
The next steps, I believe, was Detective Livingstone and I responded to Boston Medical Center upon hearing that the victim, Kyle Violette, had been transported all the way to Boston for his injuries.
And again, without getting into specifics, when you arrived at Boston Medical, were you able to speak with anyone that was there?
Yep, I was able to speak to Kyle's wife, Angela Lachance, his mother, Cindy Glenn, his daughter, Kendra Violette, and his son, Kylan Violette, was there, but he's a juvenile, and so we didn't speak to him at that time.
Were you able to speak with Kyle when you were there?
I was not.
Why not?
He had a breathing tube down. He was very heavily medicated. He was conscious, per se, that he could moan maybe in pain, but he wasn't able to talk to us at all.
Would it have been functional for you to even attempt to interview him at that point?
No, there would have been no interview.
Is that the only time you went down to Boston Medical?
It is not.
Can you tell us about the next time you went down?
So when I first went down that time, though, I did photograph his injuries, and then we responded back at a later date because Kyle had a bullet that was extracted from his face.
And you mentioned photographs. I believe it's already been public, admitted as full exhibits. They are 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, and 23.
Councilman, so I only introduced the
Danny, Maria, my previous question. You mentioned you took some photographs. Do you recognize those photos that showed you?
I would.
Some of those photos. Do you mind just taking a look at this act? Are these photos familiar to you?
They are.
How do you recognize these photos?
These are photos that I took and uploaded to the case from Mr. Violette on the date that we went to Boston Medical Center.
Is this the first time at Boston Medical?
First time, yep. First time meeting Kyle himself.
Your Honor, I believe this is all be admitted as full exhibits. That is 24, 19, 20, 21, 22.
If I could just have a quick inspection.
Yes. So just to be clear, 19 to 20.
Yes.
So 19 always,
I think that was the cop one that has been previously used.
These may be admitted without objection. So no objection. Exhibits 19 through 24 are full exhibits. Thank you.
Detective Daney, is this the extent of all of the photos you took
No.
that day? If you could estimate how many pictures you took, would you be able to do that?
Say maybe 30 that day.
Did some of those photos include pictures of the victim, in this case's genitalia?
Yes.
Would note that we have not. Did you recognize those photos in the exhibits that I showed you?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I want to clarify. The pictures of the genitalial pictures, were those included in the pictures that I showed you?
No.
Did you want to publish these?
Yes, Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Yes, you may.
Would you mind giving me a hand?
Detective Daney, we discussed this very briefly.
My preference is going to be showing the exhibits and we don't have questions unless they're about you.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
I don't want to promote you now.
And again, these will be visible back in your deliberation room once that begins. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Detective Daney, can you tell us about your second trip down to Boston Medical?
We had been notified, I believe, by either family member or even the medical staff that there was a bullet that had been extracted from what was believed to be Kyle's face. And so we went down to retrieve that piece of evidence.
Did you ultimately collect that bullet?
We did.
Detective Daney, I'm going to hand you a pair of gloves.
Thank you.
Detective, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 15 for identification. Having gone through your process of tracking and labeling evidence a few times at this point, can you tell us, based on the label on the outside of this box, what is within?
Yep, this is Rochester Police Department property label. And it says bullet from left side of Kyle Violette's face.
Is that how you would have labeled?
That's what I labeled it.
Would you mind opening that box? I'm going to pause you right there, Your Honor. I do move that this yet be stricken and admitted as a full exhibit. This is State's 15.
That's without objection. No objection. That's a full exhibit. Thank you.
Thank you. Detective Daney, can you tell us about what you're looking at right now?
Yep, this it's a biohazard bag, and then it is a clear container with what looks like fragmented bullet. And the label says Kyle Violette, 4/5/2024. Gives some of his information as well as the doctor.
Is this the condition in which you received or obtained the bullet?
This is how we received it, and then we packaged it.
I just want to clarify, when you say this is how you received it, are we including the plastic bag that it is?
Yeah, this is how the medical staff handed it over to us.
Thank you. Your Honor, permission to publish the jury. So Detective Daney, after you, and I apologize, did you go down to Boston Medical yourself the second time?
No, I went with Detective Livingstone as well.
Thank you. So after you and Detective Livingstone returned from Boston Medical the second time, did that conclude your investigation in this case?
It did not.
Can you tell us what the next investigative steps that you took were?
I'd have to look at my report. I believe I got a new copy of a video from Angela LaChance at that point.
Would you like to take a look at your report?
That would be great.
Detective, we discussed reports a little bit earlier, but just kind of to review, did you write this report closer in time to the investigative steps that you took than we are today?
I did.
Would it be an accurate representation of the day you took certain steps and what steps those were?
It would.
And would it help refresh your recollection?
It would.
Thank you. This is, yes, 167 to 169.
Thank you.
Thanks. Did you want the previous steps too, or for?
After the
Okay.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
It does.
All right, can you tell us what those next steps were, what that next piece of your investigation was?
So we had previously applied for, like I said, we had seized the DVR systems from 41 Summer Street. We had to apply for a search warrant to actually review the contents of those. So we did that, that was granted, and on the 16th I began the review of those video systems.
Do you recall how many videos you obtained?
I'd have to look. There's a series of different video angles from the garage, the front, as well as the...
Understood. Would seeing a copy of the report
Sure.
help aid in your recollection? Same page as counsel.
Sorry about that. So I have it listed as camera 1 pointing from the side of 41 Summer Street, and then camera 2 pointing from the front steps of 41 Summer Street.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does. Yep.
Of these two videos, did you view both of them?
I did.
Would you be able to recognize and identify them for the jury if we played them for you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe we will. Pardon me, yes.
May we briefly approach?
So, thank you very much, True Crime Addict, for your support. Sorry, for gifting the memberships. I was trying to hit Cherry, but I think I missed. I think my aim was not very good. Definitely was like to the side. Maybe next time I'll try it again and see if I can. Yeah, it's not very good, but yeah. So I really like this new. And I figured it out. Finally, I can, with this, my mistake actually was a good thing. Because before, I've been trying to gift memberships in the channel since we started it. And I haven't been able to. But this mistake that I did, it actually is helping me to do it. It's allowing me to do it. So I'm very pleased at that.
Break. Another just quick stretch our legs break and use of the facilities.
Oh, no.
Hope to be back here again in about
Another break?
5 to 10 minutes. All right. Thank you very much.
Please rise. Jury departure.
Well, yeah, I'm learning a lot. I learned that this mistake that I did is very good. So I'm sure I am supposed to at least know what I'm doing, but I'm still doing mistakes and clicking on buttons that I shouldn't click. I see it, but oh, button, and I click, and I know another thing. It's like is every hour do we have a break? This church probably. Okay, I'm not gonna highlight that one. We've got a lot of breaks in this one. That is for sure. The judge, he said that he doesn't like more than an hour of testimony. Without a break, which I kind of understand. It does keep the jury fresh, but it also breaks up a lot the testimony, and like that's my opinion. I think it breaks a lot that um probably it could be oh, sorry. I keep talking over the mic. Can you can hear me now, right? I was just talking that's like this judge really likes breaks. Probably. Well, as long as he doesn't drink water like baby Huey in our previous trial it was drinking. If he would be drinking like that, I think we would be permanent on a break. Oh my days. Oh, actually I do need to investigate if we have a new mugshot for Stacy. Not that we had one before, because by this time it should be released. The new mugshot of all good now. Awesome. We should get new mugshot, but I need Colorado. And then I am gonna keep an eye out for the Hosanna Varela one, because now from what I've heard, she has a thing. She has a hearing with the judge to reconsider her sentencing and to see exactly what is the reduction that she's gonna get on her sentence from testifying and get the conviction for yeah, for Stacy. So we shall see. Yeah, so she has so Hosanna had a proffer that she is well, she could get a reduced sentence if the testimony that she provided was the truth, and it would result in a conviction of Stacy Rodriguez in this trial, which it happened. She got convicted. She got a life sentence without the possibility of parole at 23 years old. So now there's going to be a hearing with the judge to see. I would like to see if I can find out when is it that hearing. I would like to see, if possible, or record and then see if it is given on that WebEx thing that we found. Actually, I do need to go to the Colorado thing and find that information, because you should be soonish, I would assume, that the hearing would be rather soon than later to get this done. I mean, I don't think she's gonna walk. I don't think she's gonna go home now because of that. I think she's still gonna serve a bit of time, but I think it's gonna be less than the 32 years that she got convicted. So I am in a court. So let's search for the next 6 months. I think that should be enough. Oh, where is it? Date range. 3 months should be enough. And first name was Hosanna, then Varela. So let's see if we can find any dockets about that. But nothing. If Hosanna is Hosana, correct? Or did I spell it incorrectly? Oh, please tell me that I spelled it correctly, because now I don't know how to spell it then. Well, that would not be a new thing. Yeah. Oh no, it's double N. It's double N, not just one N. And double N, right? Okay. Sorry, I know it's not this. Oh, it's still nothing. Okay, like how am I spelling this? Hosa double N A. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think it's like that. Yes. Hosa double N. Yeah, I'm spelling correctly. She doesn't have anything on a docket yet. Interesting. I'll keep an eye out and to see if anything pops up in the docket for that court, so we can keep an eye out. But it's interesting that with this, I think this is the lead investigator or became the lead. Exactly. That is a bit weird, Willow. That is interesting because she's in Colorado, isn't she? But I don't think she's in prison. I think she's still in jail. Let me see if in the Greenlee, I still think no, Weld County inmate search. It shows if she's still in a jail, because that's interesting. Um, First name Hosanna, then Varela. See if she's still in the jail. Yes. Weld County Sheriff's Office. Yeah, she's still in the. Yeah, yes, yeah. She already has been sentenced. So hi, KM. By the way, hello, good to see you. She has been sentenced, but because she testified against Stacy and she got a conviction, her sentence might be reduced by the court. So we're just trying to see if we can find out when that is gonna be, so we can follow. But yes, she's still in county jail. She's still an inmate at the county jail in Weld County, so she hasn't been transferred yet. So she's still definitely in, but it doesn't say anything else. Say his booking number, which is a good thing to know. Sorry, we're being a little bit nosy now. But it is interesting. So she is still in a jail. So that may be. I wonder why he's not showing up as. Yes, because again, um, she again, because she's gonna get a reduced sentence, because she might get a reduced sentence because she testified against Stacy. That was one of the things of the proffer that she did to help the prosecution in the Stacy Rodriguez case, was that she would get Yes, that is correct. Okay, thank you. Yeah, she got the 32 years for the red rum and the 12 years, I think, for the burglary. You are correct, but that sentence might be reduced because she testified and got and helped the prosecution get a conviction for Stacy. That was one of the deals that she did on the proffer that she did for the prosecution of the case. So we were just trying to see when that is going to be that. And hello, hi, good to see you, my friend. Welcome in. So obviously I know we are in a different trial, but nothing much has happened so far. It's all right. We try to like keep tabs on things that happen. Oh wow, this court is on time court. We are still at 11 past minutes, and we already back. Wow. I like it. I really, really like this court. Even though they take a lot of breaks, like any other court does. I know. Oh, sorry. Hang on. I need to put the proper headphones in because otherwise I'm not gonna hear when court sound is back. And then I will just keep talking through the mic. But I think we are not too far away, sadly, for about the end of the day, because the judge does say that he likes to finish the day in this trial at least at 4 o'clock. So that will be for about 45 minutes, I think. But we'll see if he goes after that or not. And I'll keep an eye on Hosanna Varela as well. There was something else that I was supposed to keep an eye on, but I forgot. Sorry. If you guys know, let me know. Remind me, because sometimes you guys know how my head is, thinking about 500 million cases at the same time, and one will slip through my fingers, and get away and run. But which case was the media order for the Lori Vallow case. That's it. I need. Oh, 1 hour and 45? What? It's not 3:15 p.m. in there? No? Have I got the time wrong?
You can be seated, both in the gallery. I would like to see council before we start. You can stay seated about that. No, you can stay seated. Thank you. So I just wanted to, I just did want to.
Oh, okay. We're not preview. Oh, okay. So it's Eastern. So okay. So then it's about 45 minutes if they finish. At 4 o'clock, because the judge yesterday did say on the jury instructions that he will aim to finish about 4 o'clock every day, start at 10 a.m. and finish about 4 o'clock, which is
I just
very
want to make my
strange.
position clear that the media has access to these proceedings, and they have the same access that a member of the public would have, and so to the extent that they are able to broadcast what's happening in the courtroom, that is their right. When I expressed earlier my preference that they not broadcast inflammatory or very inflammatory images, I was simply expressing a preference. That's not in any way meant to be an order of this court. I just want to make that clear on the record. It's more of a human preference, but I think it's better if those sorts of violent graphic images not be broadcast to the world. But this is a public proceeding, and the public has a right to access. And so, I just want to make that clear.
Understood.
All right. Thank you very much. And are we ready to begin now?
I apologize. I think I missed your question, but yes, you're ready.
Please rise. Jury entering. Please be seated.
Counsel, you may continue your examination. Are we at the point of needing to rearrange where we are in the room?
Yes, let's start with that since the TV is already set, Your Honor.
Well, was I not supposed to drag it?
It's Detective, if you'll bear with me for a moment while I attempt to set up. But yes,
Yes, sir.
the judge is correct. If you wouldn't mind stepping down off the witness stand. So Detective Daney, I just want to clarify. In total, how many videos did you view of this incident?
Birmingham showed me the recording. There was the 43 surveillance camera that had audio, and there was the DVR systems. I believe there was one on the front porch that faces towards Summer Street at 41 Summer. There was the side angle of the house, and then there was one on the garage. So there should have been 5 potential camera angles, with 2 of them being Officer Birmingham's recording of the same video.
Thank you for clarifying that, Detective.
Do you guys hear me?
Detective, I'm pulling up one of the videos, and I will turn on the TV in a moment, so that we're all able to view which one we're looking at. Does this image itself, prior to the video playing, look familiar to you?
Yes, this looks like one of the camera angles from 41 Summer Street.
Are you able to identify anything in this still of the video that indicates that to you?
Just having reviewed it and seeing kind of the layout, this looks like a work truck as well.
I just want to be clear for the record, this is State's Exhibit 2.
This is a photo that is made now.
Detective Daney, in your review of the videos that you obtained in this case, did you in any way make notes for your own personal use of what was going on in the videos?
I did.
Can you tell us how you went about making those notes?
Yeah, it's the way that it was playing was on a VLC player, which allows you to do frame by frame. So I can click it and it'll slowly move. Sometimes I'll click it and you won't even have a second pass, but you're seeing the frames move. Just because sometimes in videos we watch something happen very quick and we're going to break it down as to what actually happened. So from there, I would take the date, the time of the recording, and you'll see that up in the top there's also that goes into the seconds as well. And so from there I would do the date, the times down to the second, and then narrate what I saw in the case. That's how I documented the video camera angles.
I know the rest of us have been through this before. You have not. As we go through this, I'm going to pause occasionally, and we're going to discuss a little bit about what you're looking at both now and when you viewed the videos initially. Are you able to tell us, we've seen quite a few videos and angles of driveways in this particular case. Whose driveway are we looking at right now?
This is 41 Summer Street.
Is that...
Okay. This driveway is where, when I arrived on scene initially for the crime scene, the truck was parked facing it.
And when you say the truck, is that the plow truck that we're looking at right here?
Correct,
okay.
Yes.
Can you just tell us a little bit about what you see?
At this point, I see the driver's door open, and I see the driver exiting the vehicle and actually walking past the driver's door.
Is this consistent with the way you viewed this video during the course of your investigation?
It is.
What are you able to tell us about what we're looking at now?
This should be Mr. Kyle Violette approaching some Jason back.
At that point, can you tell which direction Mr. Violette is walking?
At that point, pause, it appears he's walking back towards his residence and turns and faces Mr. Levesque.
Can you tell us again?
I made the same observation. He's walking back towards 43 Summer Street, but facing the door back.
clarify, you arrived at the scene the night that this happened, correct?
I did.
Are you able to tell what is being pointed to based on your knowledge of both the scene and in having reviewed all the videos in this case?
What Kyle Violette's pointing to? He's pointing towards the driveway area where snow was plowed.
Can you tell us a little bit about what we're looking at and what we just saw?
I saw Mr. Violette pointing back and forth towards believed to be the snow pile and then walking out of frame. And then I see Mr. Levesque grab and start to point towards the direction of where Mr. Violette was and start to take some step towards his direction.
When you say grab and point, are you able to tell if you believe he's pointing at Mr. Violette?
Based on just the video alone, no. Based on interviews and the other information, as well as the other video and the audio, a firearm.
And I just want to clarify, are you able to tell what direction Mr. Violette was walking just prior to the defendant pulling the firearm?
Back towards his direction.
And I do just want to clarify, was there audio on this video when you viewed it?
There was no audio on the DVR system contained. The only audio was from 43 Summer Street video surveillance.
Thank you for clarifying. Are you able to tell in this video which direction Mr. Levesque just stepped?
I'd have to watch that one watch again. And this is why I went frame by frame with my notes, because I didn't want to miss any sort of steps there. So it appears to me that Mr. Violette walks forward and then starts to go backwards before what looks like a shot is fired.
Okay, and I just want to clarify by backwards, is that in the direction of his own home?
Yep, so forwards towards Mr. Levesque, backwards after towards his own home, and then the shot is fired.
Okay, so it doesn't appear that he's walking towards Mr. Levesque.
Not at that time.
And that flash that we just saw, are you able to tell us what you believe that was?
I'd say it's consistent with a gunshot.
We just saw the defendant move a little bit in that last frame, and I understand I'm stopping and starting this a lot, so if you need me to go back, please let me know, and I'm happy to replay some of that. Can you tell us, during the review that you did of this video where you went frame by frame, were you able to tell, sounds like you had better pausing technology than we do, approximately how many steps the defendant took towards Mr. Violette after that first shot, or between that first shot and the remaining shots?
Well, I had it narrated in my report. I believe it was 5 steps towards the direction of Mr. Violette after the first shot was fired.
Were you able to tell in your frame-by-frame review about how long of a pause there was between that first shot and the next shots?
If you looked at my report with the time frame, you'd be able to read that. Yes.
So it sounds like, and I don't want to try and put words in your mouth, but would taking a look at your report
Yes, it would.
help?
I'd be able to
calculate
look at the
that?
time frame of showing the first shot versus the time I narrate looking at the next shot.
Thank you. This is just.
We can add one second.
Detective Daney, I'm showing you one of the pages of the report that I just made. That.
Is this something you wanted me to read or just answer the question?
Just to answer the question.
How long?
Mhm. Approximately how long?
So for this would just need to look at the second camera as well. That's something that's okay. Because he steps out of the frame, I don't see the next shots going. I can tell you when he walks towards and steps out of frame and then walks back, just on this camera angle alone. But the second camera picked up him walking forward more, and then what I deemed as shots.
We'll go back to that with the next
Okay,
camera then.
So, a matter of 6 seconds between walking forward and then being seen back on camera.
Thank you for that one moment. Looks like we timed out. Just a moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Danny. So you mentioned a couple of the other videos. Does one of the other videos you obtained from the Levesque house can give an angle of what's happening out of frame in this particular video?
It does. It gives more of a context of what Kyle is doing and what happened when Mr. Levesque steps out of the camera angle facing towards Kyle. I'll tell you that both, having both angles was huge because we can see what happened by the car, and then we can see what also happened past the hedges and in the front of the house.
So actually,
both are able to tell the story.
So we're going to go to that next camera angle in a moment. You mentioned this a little bit earlier, that it seems very fast watching the video just as a video itself. Going frame by frame, did that allow you to get a better sense of what was happening and how long it took?
Quite literally. So an example would be Kyle takes steps towards Mr. Levesque. Mr. Levesque is looking at him. Kyle turns around this way. So each camera angle had several different bullet points in a matter of a second, a couple seconds. And this would be that same camera angle you just showed me.
Yes.
Okay.
Having both been at the scene and having reviewed all the videos in this case, are you able to estimate approximately how far Mr. Violette was from Mr. Levesque?
From the point where he gets face to face with him to the point where the shot was fired, I'd say that's maybe about 10 to 15 feet. That's just looking at the distance and looking at how much the truck takes up of the video and knowing the size of the average.
Detective Lee, we're going to take a look at that next video you had mentioned. Detective, I'm going to play this video through, and we're going to go back to the beginning, and I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about what we just saw.
Okay.
But to clarify, yes, it'll. What is the angle of this camera?
This is the front steps of 41 Summer Street. And it's based in an angle that would be pointed towards like the driveway direction, and 43 Summer Street, Mr. Violette's residence is behind us.
So just to clarify, this is recording essentially the street and sidewalk in front of him to the angle of the Levesque porch. In that direction, is that Kyle? You just
That's
said?
Kyle. He's coming from the direction of his residence.
I'm going to pause that and go back to a couple of points. I'm going to try and skip to where. So I believe you mentioned this earlier. Is that Mr. Violette?
It is.
And are you able to kind of geographically orient us with where that big tree was that we saw in the last video, just in relation to this porch?
It would be, if you were to first.
Please.
So if the porch continued a little bit, there would be a window and there would be hedges in the driveway right around here.
Thank you for clarifying that. Detective Danny, based on your prior review of this, B, kind of positioning of some of these shadows over here, are you able to determine at what point Mr. Violette begins walking back to his house, viewing this video in conjunction with the other videos?
Between looking at both and going frame by frame, you'll see and start to come into the frame.
So is this, at this point it looks like Mr. Violette has walked farther away from the defendant than we had maybe seen on the first video?
Yes, just because he's out of frame in the first video, it looks like he was walking away and just turned around at this point and is facing Mr. Levesque direction.
I understand it's a little bit in the top of the video. Can you tell us what we just witnessed kind of up at that top corner based on your investigation and your viewing of these videos?
Looking at the video alone, it's Kyle Violette falling to the ground. Based on the other videos, the audio of the criminal off, this was the first shot.
So just to clarify, the defendant would have been out of frame, but he's visible on the other video?
Yes. and visible in the 40-degree Summer Street.
Does Mr. Violette get up at any point?
No,
And by get up, I just want to clarify. Does he stand up?
he does not stand up.
Does he appear to go towards the defendant?
No.
Can you tell us a little bit about what's happening now as we're viewing?
Yeah, so when I go frame by frame, I'm saying Violette falls to the ground this time. This time it looks like he turned around on all fours. I don't see anything in his hands. At this time he is crawling. This time I see a gust of smoke or what looks like smoke that wasn't there before. And based on looking at the other videos, it was, I determined that to be the next initial shot.
Okay. So that would be the next shots after the defendant has stepped forward?
Yes.
Based on your knowledge of this case, your scene investigation, is this approximately where Mr. Violette was found by officers in EMT shortly thereafter?
It was. I mean, the photos that were originally taken of the pathway of blood and the concentration of blood there was quite literally just flipped around on this one. If that makes sense.
So we're going to view one more video. I just want to clarify, I believe you mentioned, can you tell us about the video you collected the night of the actual shooting?
So the night of the actual shooting would have been from the garage. DVR system had a separate DVR system on the surveillance of 4020 Summer Street.
And you viewed this video as well?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the way you recall viewing that video at the time?
Yes.
Can you tell us just what we're looking at?
We're looking at the driveway of 41 Summer Street. If you can see here, this is the hedge that we were talking about before, so there would have been a camera almost right over this way, or it might have even been this way pointing down. And then this is Summer Street. After this house over here is Mr. Violette's house. This is where the truck was parked when I arrived on the scene to process the scene.
And I do just want to clarify, when you say this is where the truck was parked, it's a little bit difficult to tell in this particular angle, but I do think it may have been clear in the last one. Is there more driveway in this corner?
Yeah, he was able to pull the truck all the way.
So is this camera angle from all the way into the garage?
It's attached right to the garage.
Detective, I'm going to skip ahead because this is a fairly lengthy video to so we see that big kind of white light in the foreground, the background, I suppose. Are you able to tell us what that is?
I'm assuming that that would be glare from both the snow and the lights from the snowplow, yellow amber.
Detective, I understand it's a little farther away than the other videos, but are you able to tell what's going on at the truck's door at this point?
Other than Mr. Violette approaching Mr. Levesque and those two almost face to face, that's what I'm able to determine.
Is this consistent with the other videos that you viewed?
It is.
Detective, I'm going to back that up a little bit, like I just did for the previous video. We're going to go a little bit more in depth with that. So I just want to clarify at this point, is this still Kyle Violette walking?
It is.
This is that initial...
His initial approach to confront.
At that point, are you able to view what direction Mr. Violette is walking?
He's walking back towards the direction of his friend.
Does he still appear to be walking back towards his own residence?
Yeah, he seems to be communicating with Mr. Levesque, pointing, but also walking back.
It was very brief. They're able to tell us what we just witnessed between the defendant and Mr. Violette.
Yeah, it looks like Mr. Violette's walking back towards Mr. Levesque. Mr. Levesque raises his hand and points out. Mr. Violette turns around at that point.
At that point, is that another angle, I suppose? Are you able to tell what the defendant's doing, that angle?
It looks like he, after the initial shot, drops his hands and then comes back out, extends, goes with one hand, and approaches the area, and then he looks at the other camera angle, and he's approaching Kyle Violette.
At any point in any of these videos, do you see the defendant try and help Mr. Violette?
No.
Do you see him try and stop the bleeding?
No.
Do you see him try and provide first aid?
I do not.
Detective Danny, I believe we are done with the videos for this portion of your testimony. I do have a couple of additional questions for you.
That's the end of the video.
This is no doubt my fault. You told me to do nothing.
It's durable. Detective Danny, I apologize for a little bit of the inconsistency or out of order questions I'm going to ask you, though, but I do want to go back very briefly to what we were talking about earlier and the scene photos that you took regarding the shell casings and their locations with the placards.
Yep.
Would you recall those pictures if I
would.
showed them to you today?
I don't have any problem with
It's, they have not been marked for identification. I found this. Thank you. Yes, they do.
Are they all one exhibit or are they all?
They can be one exhibit or multiple exhibits for the preference. There are 3 pictures, but they're all different. Detective Haney, there are 3 photos attached. You wouldn't mind reviewing them and letting me know if you recognize those.
Yep. I recognize these are photos I took on scene of the initial crime scene.
Can you tell us what we're looking at in those photos?
This is what you're going to show. Right? This is the overview initial photographs after placards have been placed so that you can actually see, oh, this is the location of those placards, and then we would follow up by close-ups of, hey, this is placard 6. What is placard 6 that we're looking at? And so these are placards that are located in the roadway of Summer Street around the area of where that shooting that we just saw occurred. And these placards are the locations of all evidence located, mainly the 6 shell casings.
Your Honor, I ask that the identity statement just be given as a full exhibit as states in the file.
Without objection.
Without objection, Mayor, full exhibit, thank you.
Counsel, please, ma'am.
Yep.
And again, these will be back in the deliberation room. Thank you, Detective. Just very briefly, after you reviewed the videos, reflection of the various scene evidence, your drives down to Boston Memorial, were there any other investigative steps that you took for this particular case?
Detective Livingstone and I had interviewed, I think it's Haley Freeman, who was reported to be inside. That was Kira's friend from UNH. I attended the forensic interview of Kyle Violette for his statement. I examined later the actual shell casings and photographed them with a close-up lens to show that the primer had been struck. So once again, not a firearms expert, but on the shell casings, we're looking for the firing pin imprint on the back of that shell casing, which would indicate that the firing pin hit and struck the primer, causing that explosion, which would cause the projectile to leave and the shell casing to be extracted. So I was looking for those and photographed those as well.
Do you recall if that was present in the shell casings?
It was.
In all of them?
All 6.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Detective, I have no further questions for you at this point. I imagine Mr. Attorney Sestupin.
Thank you.
They might ask to break for the day here, because it's 10 to 4 p.m. local in Eastern, and they normally like to do, they know that the judge likes to finish at 4. So yeah, sidebar. So they might sadly end for the day here. And break it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a good point prior to the next steps cross-examination of this witness. We only have a short period of time left in the day, so we're going to suspend for the rest of the day and a little bit early. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 10 o'clock for continuation of testimony. I will remind you that all my previous instructions remain in place. Those include don't talk with anyone about this case amongst yourselves or anyone outside of this courtroom. You're not to do any independent research about the facts of this case, and you're not to read or watch any of the media accounts related to this case. Now, with those instructions, I'll bid you a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10. Thank you. All rise for jury.
And jury departure.
Thank you. Is there anything further we need to discuss with counsel before we retire for the evening?
No, sir.
Okay, we're okay.
See you at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
All right, so the court has adjourned for the day. There's still image, but they're not saying anything, so I just muted the feed, and that is it. That was a full on day. Yeah, we had 5 witnesses. This has been quite of a long witness, which I think, and I am suspecting that is the lead investigator for the case. Meaning that I think is the principal detective. Excuse me, detective of this case that is introducing a lot of more evidence, a lot of videos. They were the interview. So I think they were still gonna have some more. Yes, I am in too, Willow. Let's all go to for margaritas. Well, it is past 5 o'clock here, so I can. No, I'm joking. Anybody can. It's 5 o'clock somewhere anyway. But definitely, this has been the longest witness. We've been zooming through the day, most of the day, quite easily in terms of witnesses. But this one, yeah, I think it was the only one. Well, no, in the afternoon, but I think in the afternoon we only had what, two, three. We had three. This one being the longest. They saw. But one thing of like this court that is not really setting well with me. Oh, we did okay. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, but yeah, we would like a designated driver. Thank you very much, Sherry. Hey, we can all drink. Lost shaker salt. Nice. Oh, let's get started. I think we need a Friday, definitely, because it's been a long week, indeed. But it's been a great week. But I was just gonna say that this court, I'm a bit sad that we cannot see most of the videos. Well, we can see, but not very well, or because the angle it's absolutely crazy. And then it's we can't see the pictures or anything because they don't have the projector or Elmo. I really like that name, the Elmo that projects the things. So I really don't like that fact that we can't see half of the things. But to be fair, it's not really as this gonna is important to see, but it would be nice, yes. Even though the judge apologized for the fact. Oh, sorry, for the fact that what was I gonna say? I think I missed it. Oh, for the fact that the judge said that they wouldn't. It was not his opinion to give that he would stop the media or anything or not broadcasting that, and he did kind of apologized in my view about that he kind of gave his opinion on things that probably shouldn't have given an opinion, and he retracted that. But it just I think so far, all the evidence, in my opinion, I don't know, let me know what you guys think. Either on chat or if you're watching on replay, just let me know in the comments. What do you think? Is he guilty, not guilty? You still not sure? You need to listen to a little bit more evidence, or are you waiting for Kyle to witness? Because having the lead investigator already testifying today, right? It's making me wonder that next one could be maybe the doctor that treated Kyle in Boston. They might get that doctor in, or might be the next witness might be Kyle in himself. So, and I don't think they're gonna be much longer at the state. So there is a. Do you guys think that might be a possibility of him resting tomorrow? The state, this is not the defense, because I don't think the defense. Ah, sorry, I've been playing with this thing that I found on my desk all day. I know where it is. We have a nail kit thing, and it's been there, but I've been playing with this all day. I don't know. That's the thing. My hands need to be doing something, so I just been playing with this little pokey device thing. But it's been a good day, but I think the court takes way too many breaks, in my opinion. It's just it breaks off quite nicely. I don't think we are just like, oh my days, I wish they would have a break and everything, but it's just oh, awesome. I am so happy for him, Paula. Oh, I am sure he's very happy, and I am sure you cannot wait to set that up. I hope we can carry on to have an awesome day, Paula. If you can hear us, happy birthday, Lee. Have a great day. I hope you had a great day. Sending you hugs from UK, and I hope you had the most amazing day. And yeah, the Casey Wolfie, I am not jealous at all. I still have to wear my t-shirt, my Chiefs t-shirt, but I don't know how, if I'm gonna use it on stream though, because I don't know how that would work on being on YouTube and everything. So, but yeah, so that is the day 2 of this trial. It is done. Oh, you're welcome, of course. Also, by the way, from tomorrow, what we're gonna do is, normally I do one stream in just one live stream, and I do the whole day on. But from tomorrow, we're gonna break it up. But we're gonna do the morning part, and then I will create the afternoon part stream, and I'll redirect us to there while we are on lunch break. So then when we go live again, it gives notification to people. So because sometimes people, during lunch break, they go up out their life, they go do something else, which is absolutely fine. But then afternoon session starts and people don't get a notification, and they might pass their minds that they are back and the court is back and everything. So we're gonna be doing that from tomorrow. Break up the morning session and the afternoon session, so it's a little bit better. So make sure that you have your notifications on. But I think we are gonna leave the stream here for today. It's been an awesome day yet again, and been an awesome day. Thank you very much to all of you for all the likes, for pressing the like button, for coming to the stream, for supporting the channel. It does really help, and it is an amazing journey that we are on. And tomorrow we'll be back bright and early at 20 to 10. That is bright and early, always, for another day of court, and we'll figure it out what exactly happens. But I will love you and leave you all. Have a good afternoon, morning, wherever you are in the world, and I'll see you very, very tomorrow. Oh no, it's fine. You did amazing as your first full day of mod, Paula. I am very proud of you. You did amazing, and Willow and Lois, everyone did amazing. Thank you very much. Peace out. Have a great.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.